And welcome to our office hours special coverage of Cine Gear 2023. It's great to have you all here. We could be calling this live from Hollywood. That is the most appropriate open, I think, today, because we are going to be taking you on an amazing journey today here at Office Hours. Much of this Office Hours special show will be coming to you from the storied Paramount Pictures studios in LA, and you are really in for a treat. We'll be pulling back the curtain on movie and television production at literally the highest levels possible. You'll see equipment, technology, techniques, and expertise, all in the service of global storytelling. You'll see a bit about where our industry was born and a lot of discussion of where it is going. Very shortly, I'll be introducing our panel of experts and our field team guides for the next 6 hours of our live coverage. 4 hours of live coverage. Let me quickly set the scene for you with just a couple of images. I was lucky enough to be able to go out to the Cine Gear show yesterday, and I took my camera with me and got a few things to look at. I'm going to start out with a picture of the opening gates. Inside these gates is the Hollywood Dream Factory that is known all over the world, the public face of the Paramount lot, a series of massive buildings on Melrose in Hollywood. But we're not just talking taking the tourist route. No, we are going to be exploring so many more things. This is where you'd go in if you were a tourist. And let's see if that refreshes. There we go. Taking a little bit of time, but not too much. We are going to take you into the side gate. We're over on Gower Street in this next picture coming up. And this is where those of us who got a chance to register for Cine Gear and get on the show lot kind of went in. Once we had passed security and got into the building, we were walking down between the massive Hollywood studios where all the content that we have been used to seeing for our whole lives, where it's shot. Inside these studios are so many places that have been part of our lives from the beginning. And it was really interesting. We're going to hop inside one stage real quickly here and take a quick look around. Precisely stage 31. These are huge indoor soundproof buildings, the Hollywood sound stages. And my wife is in there for scale, and also because she saw a plaque outside the door when we got to the outside of stage 31 and went, OMG. This building was where some of the imagery of the start of my entire fascination with Hollywood came from. She was compelled to go in and twirl. Why? Well, because on the outside of stage 31, there was a plaque that she saw. And this plaque shows some of the things that came out of this building. Things that our parents, even our grandparents, watched and became part of cultural history for all of us. In fact, if we zoom in a little bit on this, you can see up at the top left corner, I don't see it on there. Maybe it wasn't there. Well, anyway, one of the things that they showed was that Top Hat, that Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers movie in 1934, I think it was shot here. Unbelievable. And my wife just went, oh gosh, I love that movie as a kid growing up. And as you look down there, you can see all sorts of things. Look at the second group on the left. Star Trek was shot in stage 31 from 1966 to 1969. So another thing that kind of changed the face of entertainment history all the way to the present day. If you go one slip over from Star Trek, you can see that This Is Us was shooting between 2016 and currently. So these are the kind of things you have a chance to see when you go on the lot at Paramount. These gigantic stages that are just fabulously huge. They are soundproofed, and in order for Hollywood to do what it wants to do, which is to make tons of content and send it all over the world, they want to control every part of this. Now, right outside of some of these stages, you will find things like this. This is the back lot, and we will be spending a ton of time out here. In fact, the whole beginning of our show today is going to take place on the back lot. And it is a series of facades and buildings where Hollywood can take you all around the planet. You know, this might be a scene out of New York City, and probably will be. And they have specific neighborhoods, you know, something that looks like Soho, something that looks like a different neighborhood, maybe Queens or something like that. The various styles of architecture are reflected. And not just fancy stuff like this. You will find these gritty kind of behind the scenes walls, and you're saying, well, this isn't very nice looking. But if you're doing a cop show or a drama and you need some, ne'er-do-well breaking into something, you want an authentic looking urban doorway. So you can find that on the Hollywood lot right there. And it's not just sound stages or even these backlight things. Let's head out to the tank. This is called the B tank. You see that massive wall down the left side, that is a backdrop that can be painted with clouds or anything else. And then to the right, where you see the Wednesday Mobile, I think one of their little promotional things from one of the things that was done on the lot. If you look at the bottom, you'll see there's blue paint on the concrete below that and this kind of retaining wall that we see in both shots here. That whole area can be flooded with water, and it can be actually a floating set. So you put the sky wall behind it, you flood this with water, you bring out your fake, fake ships, fake Viking ships or whatever, and you can shoot your whole thing in the pleasantry of the Hollywood back lot without having to travel to the ends of the earth. So this is the kind of stuff we're going to be looking at today. It's just an amazing tour of how this stuff all comes together. There's just so much to see, and we're going to be taking you through all of it. Oh yeah, there'll be a few little bits of equipment there. So if you're looking for something like a crane, maybe you could pick up one of these and take it home for your next shoot. This is the A-Team Hollywood players, and we are looking at some of the most impressive, gigantic equipment that you can imagine, because this is where Hollywood makes its content. As always with Office Hours, this is partially us showing you and touring you around, but it's also talking to some experts, and we have assembled a fabulous panel of experts. Today, we're going to be talking to everybody you see on the panel here. So let's just go through a few people. I'm going to start with Grant. Grant, you get to go on the back lot today. So what are you looking for seeing?
Oh, I'm so excited. I get involved a lot in video, right? Video and sound. But as far as the Paramount goes, I just love movie making, right? And so some of my favorite movies are not the movies themselves, but the behind the scenes that I get to watch about how the movie making process. And so I love all of that. And then I just love the backlot and the studio itself. I feel like is a real character in what we're going to look at today, is seeing all of that as well as all the gear. And it's coming across companies that I've never heard of.
Roscoe, what are your thoughts for today?
Oh, I'm just excited for Tlalak. Somebody we know, we love. He's a really intelligent person when it comes to lighting and whatever you imagine. And I'm just so excited to just kind of hear his perspective, what he's seen, and I'm sure he's going to relate to some really great stuff.
Absolutely. Let's go on to Ronnie Hofsø. You're coming to us all the way from Tromsø, Norway. Ronnie, why are you here today, and what are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, I hope to see a lot of rigging options, so especially from film tools, maybe some from Tilta. We do a lot of live stream and not so much film production, but we do that as well. So we're looking forward to very, 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 very much the content coming in from the lot.
Excellent. Alexander Knight, have you ever been on a lot like this? This is the first time?
No, I never have. I mean, I went to Universal Studios as a kid, which was a really cool experience, and I saw just a glimpse, just a taste of that kind of thing, and I think that's fascinating. I would certainly love to go to it one day. It looks like a big kids, toy store, and it's I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of really interesting gear that I can't afford, but one can dream, right?
Absolutely. And this is where dreams, that's what they call Hollywood, the dream factory. And in fact, let's go through the rest of the panel. I'll tell you a little story about what happened to me when I told my wife we were going to the studio. Jesse, tell us what you're looking for today.
Yeah, looking forward to all of these media production technologies, because all of it really goes across these different markets, and this technology and process and all these tools sort of apply to the office hours community in doing virtual production, media production, movies, documentaries, live events, all that stuff. So some of it may seem out of reach, but the vendors that are there kind of go across the spectrum of affordability or non-affordability, and so there's stuff there for all budgets and all markets.
Absolutely, and then some. Harshid, what are you looking for today?
Well, some of these things remind me of when I used to go to Universal Studios or MGM Studios, and the technology aspect, all the cutting edge technology that we have gathered about, and the whole fact that we're doing this digital first. And, we have the panel, we have our field team. So this whole process in its entirety is just going to be exciting. So glad to see everybody here.
And Javier, you're coming to us from Mexico City. What's on your agenda for today?
I really wanna. For me. It's like walking in the backlots with this kind of crew and with the people that are there, with Alex and with Tlaloc and everyone there. It's like these conversations that you have like during a shoot when you are like waiting for something and you start like between departments. Like, have you seen this new thing? And have you tried this new gear? I think this expo is going to be like that, but like in the massive scale, because it's like you're in a playground with the kids that want to play with all the toys. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting walk around. So I'm I'm a bit jealous that I'm not there, but I'm very happy to be here in the panel and out of the sun. So I think it's going to be a great one.
It will. It's fun. And, listen, people all over the planet know Hollywood, and they know him from these movies that have been part of our lives since the beginning. I was mentioning my wife saw that Studio 31 and saw something on the panel in front of it and said, wait, I have got to go in there. And she ran to the middle. And that's why I popped up that picture of her. She just wanted to go in there and twirl around in a circle. And I said, why did you want to do that? What was so compelling about that? She said, you don't understand. This on the plaque outside is the stage where they filmed Top Hat. And when I was a little girl, watching those MGM movie musicals was so inspiring, that to be in the same place where Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers danced in a movie that inspired her dreams as a young girl, it was an emotional connection for her. And I think a lot of people have that to these great movies we've seen out of Hollywood. I mean, literally, some of the things, Fred Astaire was one of the greatest dancers of all time, widely praised as being kind of one of the people who started that huge movie musicals craze. And his partner, Ginger Rogers, in fact, a lot of young girls find Ginger to be an astonishing role model for them, because as the Wags said, she had to do everything Fred Astaire did, but backwards and in high heels. So these were athletes of their generation, just putting everything into these performances that captivated America. And this is the dream lot where all these things happen. A lot of places to go, a lot of things to see. We have a lot of the major Hollywood manufacturers are still around, and we'll see some gear from them today. We will also see some smaller things, because we all know production is being democratized now. So even some of the vendors that you might have equipment from are players now, and we'll see some of them on set. It's not just the big guys anymore. And I noticed Jason Bass has joined us. Jason, how are you this morning?
I'm excellent. I know I was supposed to be joining a little bit later, but I couldn't stay away. So I got tired of moving boxes, and here I am.
Excellent. Is there anything particular you're looking for at Cine Gear?
Oh boy, no. I'm just I was part, at least tangentially, as in the NAB crew like you. I went and then I came and then I left, and I look forward to being a part of this coverage.
Yeah, it was interesting walking around. You can see, I mean, a lot of this is old Hollywood. It's the huge Klieg lights. It's massive cranes. It's things that are literally, let's be honest about it, out of the range of anybody except a substantial business investment. Some of these things are in the scope of hundreds of thousands of dollars for some of these giant cranes and things like that we'll be seeing today. But also, we're starting to see the appearance of some of the other vendors who've been a part. You'll see lighting companies like Godox, who make some less expensive, affordable gear. We'll also see a lot of what you're hearing about a lot in Hollywood these days, which is volumetric production. They talk about the volume. These are LED surrounded sets that they can program to show whatever backgrounds. And that's one of the themes I saw when I was walking the show floor at Cine Gear this year. More than a few of the vendors have those kinds of addressable screens where they were showing an actor or actress well lit in front of it, and then behind them there was content or rolling footage. There was one I got a little picture of here, and I maybe see if I can dig it out and find it later, where it was a motion-controlled camera, and they had talent. In this case, it was a woman in a climbing harness laying on the floor holding on to what looked like a rocky ledge. And because of the camera angle down at the floor level, you looked like the point of view of the shot was above her, and she was hanging 6 miles in the air. Well, in point of fact, she was lying on the floor. And then the amazing thing about these motion control rigs is the camera starts moving, and the director at the right time during a cutaway shot says, now get up, and she's now on a belay rope, and it's all the same set at the same time with none of the worries of gravity and the risks of having a stunt person risk their life to be able to pull that shot. So you get to see on these stages these kinds of things actually happening in real time. It's pretty amazing. I understand from the floor crew in my ear that we've got a few things that we're holding on. We're just waiting, holding our breath to see when we can get the live view connected and go out there. In the interim, Roscoe, you had some thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting when you say this is the traditional big Hollywood stuff, because some of the interesting stuff, and we've had him here on Office Hours before, Michael Stioni, and he showed up with this company called Light Iron Digital. And here you suddenly all the stuff that used to leave the set and go off to some other facility to be processed, to color timed it. And they used to call it dailies because you couldn't even see your stuff that you'd shot all day for an entire day until it came back to you. Now we're down to literally, as soon as they say cut, everyone can pull out an iPad or tablet device of some sort, look at exactly what was just went through the camera and make comments. Oh, makeup, yeah, we need to work on this. And costumes, hey, can you pay attention? There was a button undone and all this kind of stuff that goes on. So that technology showed up at Cine Gear for me, and I was just fascinated. You see that kind of technology, and you realize these people who work on these sets all day doing stuff over and over again, they're creative people, and they look at engineering and they look at high tech and they say, how can I make this camera crane more accurate? How can I make this light go darker? If that's even if you think of that term, or do it more slowly. So these are very creative people, and so these tools are just so fascinating. And then once in a while, something totally new shows up, and the industry has to stop and say, hey, do we have to pay attention to this? LEDs obviously have just totally changed kind of how this whole business goes. So that's what I kind of, in between those old fashioned booths, I look for those, hey, who's this person doing something really new? Because they are the future.
Absolutely. And, it's really interesting, all the crafts that have grown up around this. I think, we tend to think of cinematography and maybe sound and a few things like that, but costuming, props, all of these associated arts, and they are arts. They're given Emmys for sometimes this work. I mean, the ability to recreate an authentic drawing room in the Regency period or something like that takes the combined efforts of hundreds of people at the scale that we're working now. They all have to understand what they're doing and be able to do it at a level that pass scrutiny from some of the most careful eyes in the business. And so I'm always impressed at how the whole cadre of I think we may be ready for our first field insert. Let's see. I'm not seeing it on my screen yet, but if that's correctly, I think we're going out to Courtney Gooden. Courtney, are you?
Hello,
there
everybody,
he is. There's Courtney and Tlaloc. Go for it.
Cine Gear.
Tlaloc's going to open up here. Go ahead, Tlaloc.
Go for it.
Yeah. Well, Tlaloc and I are here on the New York backlot of Cine Gear, and we're in front of the Matrix for Cinemoves, and we're going to take a look at one of their camera movers that's designed for capturing background plates. You can see it behind me. Thank you, Tlaloc.
Have a great booth visit, and I'll jump out for right now.
All right, we'll catch up with you later when we get into the lighting information. He's going to join us again. We can take a look at this unit. It's a completely battery-powered little quad that carries a 360-degree view of all Monstro cameras. You can hold on to this. We can talk to. This is Max Pinner.
Are we on?
Who is with Cinemovers. And Max, maybe you can describe what we're looking at here. Stay pretty close to that microphone if you can.
Hi, I'm Max. This is a mini Synergy car.
Stay really close to that microphone.
This is a mini Synergy car. It's an electronic car. It's a very small footprint for this array that we have in back of us. We put it on this car for this particular show because there's lots of people. We can put this on a boat. We can put it on a plane, helicopter. This array system is on a matrix multi-axis stabilized head, and it always stays level. So that's one of the most important things about a camera array, is to try to stabilize it. This is a 7-camera Monstro array. It's built to see 360 degrees, a 360-degree hemispheric dome, and it's used to do background plates for movies. So anything you would see out of a car window while somebody's racing down a street and it's a main character might have been taken with an array like this and then projected on an LCD screen outside the car for what we used to call process photography.
All right. And so it stitches it together so the operator can see the complete panorama here?
Right here. Can you see this? Are you good? Yeah. So if you look at this picture, it shows you a proxy image. It's a video assist image, and it's a live stitch of the 7 cameras. One being a fisheye camera down below that shows the sky, and the other 6 show you a stretched 360-degree view of what is being taken. Now we record this so that the director can scrub through it and select exactly what he would like to finish with a post house and stitch together so that he could put it on a high resolution screen.
I saw one the other day. They had one out on the...
Okay. Thanks, Max. And you talked about how it all stitched together. It's all battery powered. Can power you up all day long. And let's see if we have any questions from our viewers out there. I'm sorry.
Are you good? Or?
Hold on a sec. Okay, we don't have any questions. All right, thanks for the information. And that was great. Thanks a lot. All right. Bill, that is from Cine Movers, and that's their Matrix unit. They have a variety of cameras here, camera movers here. As you can see, this 45-foot Scorpio 45-foot telescoping crane here, and they have this little bitty R2D2 kind of roving camera head as well that can drive around and go up and down and rotate the camera full 360 degrees of roll. So it has pan, tilt, and roll capabilities. And if they don't crash into each other, we can see how easy it is to move. And you'll notice that this Humvee that they have it mounted on has a hydraulically leveled center post in it, so that as it's parked up on the curb now, you can see that it is able to keep that post vertical, which is critical when you're traveling with this much weight on an arm. Okay, back to you, Bill, I guess, and we'll be moving to our next location.
Very cool. Thank you for the look. That little robot that's just to the right of Courtney was one of the things I had so much fun walking past and walking around. A little autonomous robot. There is so much of the leading edge of how Hollywood takes technology and puts it in service to making it easier to make things. Who wants one of those on the panel? Who wants any of the above? Ooh, Jason, you want to get into one of those cars?
Yeah, I'll totally take one of those. This reminds me, you were talking about big Hollywood earlier. Remember Inception, right? When they had to build those entirely massive stages, and then they had to move them because it was easier than doing some of the wire work, because gravity, of course, is the best wire. it reminds me of that, and like the chase scenes. None of that would even be possible without, this kind of innovation, and it's just incredibly cool to see. I was also, as I was looking at it, couldn't help but see the reflection of the camera person. And it was neat to see the rig that we have there. But the way that they did the 360, where it was bottom up and then also all the way across on the top, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, Jesse Mills, you had some thoughts?
Yeah, the advances in the camera movers has really come along with wireless technology, and nowadays, the traditional sort of long umbilical cords that they would have to connect the cameras across a boom or in one of these more complex systems are mostly erased because the live video transmission is good enough for reference. The camera, of course, is recording internally, but all that wireless technology is really making these camera movers possible.
Roscoe, you had another thought?
Yeah, a lot of editing is just tweaking, and what we haven't really been able to do until we got to resolutions like film, you can slightly resize, you can slightly move a little bit. Now you have 360. So literally, if something, if an actor looked away, you could actually look over and see what they looked at and come back, and you got that all at the same time. Obviously, you have to light for all that. You have to consider all that. 360 is a very difficult beast to shoot and do it properly. So a lot of times you're out in natural environments and you're not adding artificial light. But still, the fact that these tools are there and usable now are just really cool.
Absolutely. And I think we had a question that came in during that, but I don't know if it got out to the field. It was about the size in pixels of the stitched image generated by that matrix camera. The thing about most of these grip pieces, like the Dollies and the rest of that, is that may be a series of fixed cameras, but most of the things that you'll see at Cine Gear provide whatever camera you want to put in and whatever resolution you want to shoot. They're adaptable. They typically... that was probably an exception to the rule. That probably had a fixed thing, and I would imagine the pixel density is pretty high because they're looking to create a long-lasting product that has the maximum resolution for these new techniques that we're using. I think we're heading back out to the field now. Who's there? Who's coming in? Oh, look. Courtney's back with us. Courtney, go ahead.
Hey, Bill, thanks. We're here with Nodo Film Systems, and they make a number of remote camera heads and remote camera head controls to operate. And we have Boyd Hobbs here with us. Hi, Boyd.
Hi.
The designer, and this is fresh off the mill, the new prototype of their camera mover. Go ahead and let us know what it does and how it works.
Yeah, so this is the torque head. It's the first remote camera system that is also a fluid head. So it works similar to the way most gimbals work, but it's a modular system, so you can take it apart, rebuild it as you need to. Each axis is stabilized. This is the prototype. We just turned it on 2 days ago, so it's fresh, brand new. Right now, this is running actually a fluid head simulation, so what I'm feeling in my hands is mass and drag that actually doesn't exist. It's being generated by the motors that we have here. So there's three motors, 3 axes of motors. We have a roll motor. This whole roll ring is actually a motor. There's no belt drives in it.
It's a big pancake type motor, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a giant brushless PCB stator motor. We have tilt motors, 2 of them in pairs, as well as a big pan motor down here. These motors are actually very strong despite their size. They're a new type of motor that's a printed circuit board motor, so they're solid state, which means that there's no cogging in them and they're very high performance. What we're doing this a little different. For the first time, this gimbal is oriented such that the camera is directly mounted to the roll motor. And so that means your lens is right in the front. You can get to it, easy access. The ring is never going to block it, as well as the camera is easy to access from the sides here. And then in order to balance, all you have is one axis of adjustment, which is your tilt here. So when you do lens changes, that's only going to shift the center of gravity forward and backwards, and you just have one axis of adjustment. So any camera assistant can balance this system, unlike more complicated systems.
Can you balance it? Can you balance it without changing the nodal point if you have to do a nodal point pan tilt?
No, it's when you balance it, it only moves forwards and backwards. So the lens is always going to stay in the center of the nodal point of roll.
Nodal point of rotation.
So whenever you rotate it, the lens is always going to be in the middle there. That's fixed. So you actually can't change that. A lot of gimbals, when you're moving the camera up, down, left, right, you're actually using the weight of the lens to compensate for other parts of imbalance. That makes lens changes take longer and lose a lot of time.
Yeah, because you got to rebalance every time you change the length of the lens.
Right. So in the same way that on a fluid head, you're going to slide the camera forward, backwards when you change your lens, that's what you're going to do here. So it's a similar workflow to just an O'Connor.
And so your DC motors actually simulate the fluid movement. So using a magnetic, I guess, field, they dampen your rotation and pan. Right. So that it gives you the feel of a fluid head. And you operate it from one of these remote wheels over here?
Yeah, so we've been making wheels now for a few years. It's actually where we developed this technology to do mass and drag digitally. We've been putting motors in wheels since 2019. Last year we launched the Inertia Wheels Max, which were the first product to ever use a printed circuit board motor for haptic mass and drag. We took that same technology and put it into here. In fact, there's only about 40 lines of code difference between the motors here and the inertia wheels there.
Now, what kind of load capability does it have? Could you put a bigger Alexa on there?
Yeah. So this could do up to 30 to 40 pounds of a camera payload.
Okay.
It's sized. It takes much more torque to deal with somebody operating the camera than it does to just stabilize the camera. So the torque here is way oversized for what you'd find in a remote head. It's really sized for grabbing the camera and moving it. So it has quite a lot of payload.
Great. All right, it looks great. And does this Cobra little mini dolly tie into the system as well? Do you have?
It doesn't tie in, but we liked it just in the sense that like the Cobra dolly gives you this sort of fluid feel. Our camera system has a very fluid feel. Pairs well together.
Is it going to be able to be used in the rain?
So you'll be able to mount this in a ring as well. Or you can take out different axes. So you could just take out the roll ring and hang it from an easy rig if you wanted. It'll stabilize your horizon. Or you could take this yoke off. You could remove pan and mount this to a Steadicam similar to a Trinity.
What's the weight of the rig if you're going to be mounting it on a Steadicam?
This is just 12 pounds.
12 pounds?
So about the same as a Ronin 2 with batteries, but we don't have onboard batteries.
Your batteries are all remotely located. We're on AC right now.
Yeah, they're in a block battery right now. You could put them on a rig similar to this.
Oh, okay.
So your
Steadicam operator could carry the battery power on your back.
Yeah, it can take 12 to 48 volts, so huge voltage range.
Okay.
More voltage you give it, the more power it has. If you power it off, you can actually power it off of an onboard because it can run at 12 volts.
Right.
So the motors have really high efficiency ratings. So if you're not trying to pan and tilt it, you're just trying to do gimbal work, you could just power it off the onboard.
All right. Thanks very much for the demonstration, Boyd. And we'll throw it back to you, Bill, and as we move on to our next location.
I understand that we were going to just go to the next one direct, but we're happy to take it back for the moment. We're settling things out as we go. That was very cool, and I understand we're heading toward Ignite next. Anybody have any interest in grabbing one of those little interesting toys? Roscoe?
Yeah, I was just going to point out, Courtney did one of my favorite things, and that's when you go to a trade show, they're selling their product, and they want their product to look as good as it possibly can. What are they using to support their product? A Cobra. And so here you're getting, this is.
Hey, Roscoe, wait a second. We're at another booth. I have to cut you off. We're going to the field again.
We're gone. No problem.
Hi, Bill. We're here at another section of NODO. I'll get it right one of these days. NODOs. It tries to keep me awake.
Yes.
Tell us who you are and what you're showing here.
So I'm Tom. I'm from Ignite Digi. We're a Tasmanian-based, so in Australia, the little island down the bottom of Australia. We design and manufacture camera and gimbal accessories. So Ronin 2, Movi Pro, Alexa Mini, Mini LF, Red, Komodo X, V-Raptor. They're sort of our target cameras and gimbals. And it's about optimizing the gimbal for on-set use. So, often camera teams will struggle with putting the camera on and off the gimbal. So as a producer, you might have to hire a second camera. So you have a camera on the gimbal and you have a camera for tripod and handheld and all those sort of standard modes. But what we've done is designed a plate system that allows you to come on and off. And, we've got a top handle here that has the dovetail that goes straight into our top plate. Got your EVF and your monitor. So it's just about optimizing that. We've got power distribution as well, and we've got the Komodo X over there as well, rigged up on the Movi Pro, and we've also got control systems, so being able to remotely control the camera. So for our teams who run drone, vehicle mount, all that sort of thing, being able to change camera settings and that sort of thing. So we are a little bit unique in the sense that we design, manufacture, so we have CNC mills that we manufacture it, and then do all the sales and support as well. So we're a small team of 9 down in Tasmania, working our little niche in the gimbal world. So it's been cool to work with Boyd and the team at Nodo on their new head, the Torque head. We've been making the camera plates for that. So some of the accessories we'll be doing, you'll see in the future for that as well. So that's exciting.
All right, so this rig can come right off of this and go to your handheld rig easily with just a dovetail plate.
Under the top, under the bottom, slide it out, and then the idea is you build a camera package as a whole system. So you have your Teradek mounted on the side, you have your Fizz motors from the front. You basically, you're just unplugging power cables and maybe an SDI, slide out and put it into the gimbal, and then or onto the tripod or onto the shoulder. So it's
Now, is there active stabilization built into this, or is it just shock mounted?
Yeah, so here we've got the DJI Ronin 2.
Oh, that's the Ronin 2,
Yep,
right.
that's the Ronin 2, and we're sitting on top of the Flow Cine tranquilizer, and this is actually inverted. So usually your tranquilizer is a hanging mount.
Yes,
Yeah, but Industry Sherpa, who's over in the corner, they make an inverted mount for the tranquilizer. So that's pretty cool. So being able to top mount, and you can see, if you're on the rough roads, being able to take the force off the gimbal, and then the gimbal can just do the fine adjustments.
Fine-tuning of the stabilization.
So,
all right. And do you have a rep in the United States, or you ship everything out of Tasmania?
We ship with DHL Express, so we're about 4 days to LA and about 6 days to New York. So
now, do you do rentals, or is it just strictly sales?
Pretty much sales. We have some rental houses in LA and that sort of thing who stock our parts or stock our system, but a lot of it is owner-operators. So whether it's cinematographers who own the camera and the gimbal, wanting to dial it in, or gimbal operators or drone teams who don't necessarily own the camera but want to have it ready for whatever camera they're going to be flying on the job. So a mixed market we sell to.
And what's the basic price range of this rig here?
So for our products, top and bottom plates, a quick mode change system, you're looking at about a full set with all the cables and that sort of thing, about $4,000 US
that's quite
for the
reasonable,
Movi Pro, and about 2,600 for the Ronin 2. The Ronin 2 doesn't need quite as many things as the Movi Pro in terms of power and that sort of thing. So when you think about a mini LF,
that doesn't include the Ronin 2, though.
No, that doesn't include the Ronin 2.
Okay.
So, but if you think about a mini LF hire, so if you had to hire 2 mini LFs for a shoot because you couldn't quickly change, you pay that back pretty quick. So that's our sell to the producers out there.
Saving time and moving.
You spend a little bit of money on our products and you save a lot of time, which time is money, isn't it? So.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much, Tom.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us on.
And have a good show.
Will do.
All right. Back to you, Bill.
Thank you very much, Courtney. And it sounds like we're progressing through the show successfully. Anybody seen anything that they're really anxious to get more information about at this point? I mean, we've seen, 3 products out of what must be 1,000 on the show floor now. It is such a substantial area. There's so much to see in so many categories. You've got all your lighting equipment, you've got all your camera equipment, you've got all your grip gear, you've got just so many things to look at. And again, we have done one tiny piece of one street. It's amazing. So I'm going to get something in my ear that tells me they've told me that we're going to go as fast as we can back out. So I'm going to give the panelists here a warning that if you're talking about something, I may have to interrupt you and cut out. I think we want to get to as many things as is humanly possible on the show floor. So our conversation, our background chatter is going to be kept to a minute. And I guess we have something else ready already. Let's go back. No, there's not something.
I think we're 1 minute.
1 minute out. Okay, so they've got some, they're doing a little moving around. Again, I was shocked at how many different aspects of the Streets of New York set there are. We've seen one little piece of it. And I would suggest when we're back out there, I know you're mostly looking at the interviewee and the interviewer here, but cast your eyes around a little bit to the backgrounds. And you're going to see all these different parts of what they've set up. on this Hollywood backlot. It was interesting to me. I would be, wow, these are all buildings that look like they could come from the 1930s movies or 1940s. And I turn around and all of a sudden, wait a second, now that looks like the 60s over there. And every time I turned around, I saw something new. Ronnie, you had a thought?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to take a look at the new products coming in from Holy Land. Some of them were released a little bit earlier this spring. So I'm really looking forward to take a closer look on all those cool products. They have especially miniaturized advanced circuits. They have made things more professional, and I see ourselves and in our companies actually start using these products.
Yeah, it's just every time, and again, we're entirely the outdoor exhibits, which tend to go tall, wide, and big. These are the things that, now these studios are huge, but and there are some large scale equipment inside these studios because they are massive. But a lot of people prize this kind of streets of New York area, the only place we've been so far. It's just really fascinating how many different kinds of looks that you could get. And I think that's the way they designed the back lot the way they did. You can shoot one setup and do the outside of an apartment and then swing away and get a whole different part of town, a look like you've traveled for an hour to get to a different location. But all you've really had to do is pan the camera 90 degrees and you're in a whole different place. Okay, we're going back out. Hollyland is next. Take it, Hollyland.
Hey, Bill, thanks. We're at Hollyland here with Randall Stewart from Hollyland, and he's going to let us know all the products that Hollyland sells and what's new this year. Randall?
Appreciate you, Carter. Yeah, I can go on the old spiel.
Yeah.
So we have everything on wireless transmission is kind of our bugaboo, right? That's what we do. So not bugaboo, but you get the idea. So we have all sorts of video transmission over here. Everything from smaller to 400 some feet or a little less, all the way up to 1,000 feet or 1,800 feet if you want. We got multi-camera situations. We also do intercoms, right? So I have Solidcom C1 Pro here. I'll tell you a little bit about that as far as the new.
We'll go over there in a second.
Yeah, okay. And then, well, I can always just show you them here too. It's not a big deal. Then we also got the microphones as well. Some nice lavalier style microphones that are wireless as well for the 2.4 gigahertz. So what's new, you were asking, right? On the plate, recently, the newest things that we have coming out, the C1 Pros. So these are the intercoms they originally had. But the major upgrades are in noise cancellation. So there's actually what we call the environmental noise cancellation. And it has a microphone here that takes in the noise, and then you can cancel it out. And the button's really right here, actually. So that's a nice addition versus not having noise cancellation on the condenser mic, right?
When you're in a noisy environment like this, it's
helpful. No, it's super helpful.
Help me right now.
It's very quiet. Yeah. And then so also...
keep that microphone.
Yeah, keep the mic close to you, Randall. Come on now. So also, too, they added a mute button. So you can also still do this to come up as mute. But they have a mute button on the side here now. So you can just tap that, or you can long hold it. And then when you long hold it, it turns into a push-to-talk situation. So that's
personal private line talk, you mean?
Push to talk.
Push to talk.
Push to talk. Yeah. So there's the PTT in that case. So that's kind of new on the intercom situation. We will have a newer mic dropping. Probably shouldn't be talking too much about that.
Oh, really?
It's going to be called the Lark Max, but I don't have it with me, unfortunately. Sorry for hitting the microphone.
Is it a communications mic or what?
It's similar to what we have over here as far as like lavalier kind of style mics. Let me grab it quick. I'll be right back.
Go ahead and grab
20
that.
seconds. Excuse me.
It looks like they've got a dual channel.
So it'll actually be the upgrade to this one. This is the Lark 150. Okay. And the Lark 150 is a microphone situation that has the box to go along with this. This is the charging case, kind of like what you do for your headphones or things of that nature. The competitors use the same kind of style microphone as well. But you have the receiver here that'll last up to 7 hours, the microphone/transmitter that'll last up to 4 hours on a single charge. This will charge it 1.5 times over, though, which is really cool. Goes up to 350 feet, runs on the 2.4 gigahertz. But we also give you lavs, so these can become belt packs rather than having to put it right on here. Right? Yeah. So that's really nice. And the case on there, this goes for $280 retail right on, $279 US.
That includes the case and the charger, right?
What's that?
That includes this charging case.
It includes the charging case, includes the lavaliers, includes the cables to be able to plug into the camera, to be able to plug into your phone if you need a TRRS with the adapter in that case, right?
So the audio output out of the receiver is TRRS, or does it have a USB connector on it?
It is just a TRS at this point in time on this piece specifically. Again, there's going to be a Lark Max that's coming out in a month. Specs are going to be dropping soon. Sorry, I don't have the ability to drop too much on it at this point, but get people hyped, I guess. It's going to be a newer version of this with recording that is going to be on the transmitters themselves, and then an SD card as well. I'm going to verify the audio out of the USB on that one. I'm not 100% quite yet, but that does still have the TRS and the TRRS.
Now, is that the little one we see over there?
The little one over here is a similar situation. It has the ability to go TRS, or there's some to the phone too. It's called the Lark M1, and that's more. It doesn't have the ability to put the lavaliers in it though. It's just a specific clip-on mic here.
No external input on that.
What's that?
No external input on that.
No external input. Exactly. Yeah. And so in that case, there's the. It's just the mic is itself in that case, and the transmitter as well. But it does have the USB charging specifically on those. So if you do forget to bring the charging case with you can at least charge it with a cable as you're running around as need be as well, which I like on those newer M1s here. And they go a little farther too. This is 350 feet. Those go up to 650 feet of transmission if you need it.
They're also 2.4 gig, right? Gigahertz.
They're what?
2.4 gigahertz.
2.4 gigahertz, correct. Yep, right. You got it. Yeah.
And let's see, I have one other question. So this one will get the recording capability, or that one?
The newest one that's going to be coming out. I don't have it physically here in front of me. I apologize, but it's going to be pushing the newer version of the Lark 150. It's going to be called the Lark Max, and that'll be what's the new one out. That'll have the recording capabilities for us, which will be great.
And the external microphone in, does it do plug-in power? And can you set it for a line in, or is it strictly mic in?
It is strictly battery through the charging case. It's a good question, but yeah, it is strictly just through the battery in that case and running off the battery power to send the audio through in that case. Yeah, good question though. Yeah.
A little power and electric lavalier, in other words.
Correct. Yeah, it will power electric, but it's only to a certain amperage as well. So there's only so much power that you can do. Some mics have a little difficulty with it, but we're here to help. I'm the support guy as well. So if you ever need anything as far as making sure it connects with and taking care of your system and setup, we're here to help with that as well. So.
Okay, Randall, thanks very much for your information.
Can I do one more if you don't mind, Courtney?
Sure.
Sorry, quick and easy. So on that transmission side, part of the Mars series that we have, there is a 5.5-inch transceiver. It does transmission and also does receiving as well as the monitor itself. Has LUTs that you can add onto this, has a bunch of different monitoring options as far as graphs and things to that nature. Sorry, I'm trying to unlock the screen and hold the microphone. It's a whole thing.
Looks like it's about 1,000 nits. Is it pretty
correct?
bright?
Look at you looking. Look at Courtney.
I wish we had one right now.
Courtney over here. 1,000 nits. Yeah. Right. So in that case, I just wanted to show you that it's called the Mars M1. It works with the rest of the Mars series. And yeah, I appreciate you having me, Courtney. Thanks very much for that, man.
And it takes a Sony in-cell, so
correct. The NPF. Most of our gear
is 950s.
Yeah. Most of our gear has the batteries as NPF or V mount. Yeah.
All right, Ron. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Courtney. Appreciate it, man. We'll do the left-hand handshake.
All right.
Appreciate it.
That's good. All right, back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Courtney. Very, very cool. And don't forget, this is a little bit like normal office hours in that our Mukana question system is in operation. So if you want to look ahead at where we're going and pop questions in there about any of the people that you can see in the Mukana system for the first hour, there's a bunch of tags in there. I think we're just past Ignite Digital. We were at Hollyland now. So coming up are Film Tools, JL Fisher, Insta360. So those are some Swisson. Those are some of the booths that we're going to be visiting here in the very short future. So pop your questions into Mukana and we will get them to the field team, and maybe you can get your questions answered directly from the field. This is very cool. We're getting a chance to see a little bit of Cine Gear, but also talk to people at length about things. And I guess we're going back out to the field now. So let's see who's up next. 45 seconds. All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. The whole back end crew is organizing things and taking care of things. Anybody have 30 seconds worth of comments you want to pop into the stream before we go out? Jesse, I'm seeing
I can jump in there. Yeah. I mean, it's just interesting that we hear a little wireless interference there on the program feed. I mean, companies that are doing a lot of wireless stuff, it's interesting, to see their utilization of 2.4 and 5 gig and the decked band and all these different frequency ranges. And so helpful to talk about how to prepare for those really increasingly wider spectrums of wireless technology when arriving on set, and how to bring your gear in and make sure you have the right stuff that's going to work with everybody else.
It's always been a challenge. There's only so many frequencies available and everybody's trying to use them. And I would imagine the Cine Gear is one of those environments like NAB where there's so much wireless demo going on. I think we're ready to go back out to the field. Let's see what we've got next. Come in field. Courtney, go for it.
Thank you, Bill. We're here at Film Tools with Jorge Jimenez.
Yes.
And he's going to let us know all the wonderful things that Film Tools can provide for you.
So Film Tools is truly a one-stop destination for anyone shooting content from pre-production, production to post-production. And we are located here in Burbank, California. We have a sales office in Illinois, reps throughout the United States. But think of Film Tools as a hardware store for filmmakers.
Do you handle camera lines, camera rental lines as well? You handle Red, and what other lines of cameras do you
Absolutely. So here we're exhibiting the Red camera line. So we're LA's Red premier dealer. We're a Canon dealer, Sony, Panasonic, Fuji, Blackmagic, all the cameras you can think of.
Daily rentals of lens kits and all camera supports, accessories, etc.
Right. So we don't rent. We're strictly sales.
Strictly sales. Okay.
Yes, and
don't go to rent there. Go to buy there. All right.
Yeah. Come to buy. But if you need a rental, we're happy to point you in the right direction.
All right. Okay, thanks very much, Jorge. And is there anything new that you guys are carrying that you want to show off today?
Yeah, so what we're featuring here, we've partnered up with Thor, who is an LED volume wall manufacturer, and we're demonstrating LED wall technology. Hey, this is Barry with Thor.
Hi,
we're
Barry.
also highlighting quasar lighting and their pixel mapping lighting fixtures, and we see virtual production as the future of filmmaking, or it's taking its hold in the future of filmmaking. So Film Tools, doing what we do to support the industry, is looking to work its way into supporting anyone in a virtual production workflow setting.
So this kind of LED rig will be available for sale?
Absolutely. Yeah, so the way it goes is anyone interested in building out a virtual production setup, we would connect them with an integrator installer, create the package for them, and do from beginning to end build, setup, and support.
And these walls are expandable to what size?
That's a great question for our friend from Thor. They come in various sizes, so I don't know the size of this specific wall, but they could go up to 50 feet tall, 50
it's
feet
all
wide.
tiled and can be in any aspect ratio you choose.
Exactly.
Right. And you're also doing some, looks like interactive lighting.
Right.
That is LED based to give you interactive lighting to match whatever's on the screen behind you, I assume. And that rig is tied into your video feed, I guess, for the background.
Right.
All right. Anything else you want to show us?
We're exhibiting, our manufactured. We have manufactured
great
goods
harnesses.
here. So this is our mannequin that is showing off a lot of what we do in-house. So Film Tools has an in-house manufacturing department, sewing department. So we custom make our sandbags, radio chest packs, belts, grip pouches. Anything that's an essential on set, we make or we take recommendations from people working in the industry,
right?
And we can
do custom work too.
Do custom work as well.
All right. Thanks very much for your
so much.
explanation of everything that's new at Film Tools. They're in Burbank, I think.
We're in Burbank, not too far from all the studios, not too far from the airport. So if you fly into Burbank, make a pit stop, check us out. You won't be disappointed.
Pick up all your accessories at Film Tools. All right, back to you, Bill.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Very cool to see some of the things that Film Tools is doing there. And don't forget, those of you who are in the after hours system, we are doing a behind the scenes look at what's happening on our location in after hours. We did that all day yesterday, and it was really fascinating. We had like 3 or 4 people coming in from iPhones and things like that. I don't know whether that's happening today, but there is more content on the after hours portion of office hours for those of you who are in the system and want to get into that. Boy, we've seen a lot already, and again, we are just in one small part of the streets of New York. There's plenty of stages and more things left to see. Anybody have any thoughts at this point in the show about what they're seeing or what they want to see? Or are there categories that we haven't covered yet? I'm trying to think of all the things that Cine Gear shows, and there are so many subcategories. We haven't even got to all the volumetric shooting things. That's one of the things I was really impressed with. The pitch and the clarity of those LED walls that they can put behind someone now, create content for that, and shoot against it as essentially a virtual location. That stuff has been fabulous. Anybody? Oh, Roscoe, you had some thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's interesting how all the vendors talk about the speed at which they can change lenses, they can change microphones, they can that all this equipment is about. We think film has all this time in the world to do these huge, great productions, but at the end of the day, a lot of it is just how fast you can actually get, how much you can get done in one day, and that involves things like changing out lenses and putting things on mounts that you can quickly change out a particular product. Because the other thing is about doing it as best you can. So you need different lenses for different shots. You need different microphones for different scenes that you're doing and that kind of stuff. So I think that's one theme that kind of has rotated through so far.
Absolutely. When you're on a set, particularly if you have talent and a big crew involved, the amount of money you're burning through literally per minute can be astronomical. I mean, you've heard about some of the Hollywood talent salaries that they get. They might be making multiple millions of dollars per movie. And if they're set for 10 days of shooting for, 8, 10, 12, $15 million, you can imagine the cost of having them there to the production. So literally anything that can save you time and make sure you don't run over a day can be worth its weight in gold. That's the kind of game that you play on that big level where budgets are massive, crews are huge, and everything has to work together. Looks like we're going to one of the Hollywood old names that I love, J.L. Fisher. Come to us, Courtney.
Thank you, Bill. We're here at J.L. Fisher, who manufactures cranes and dollies. Not cranes, but dollies, Fisher booms, microphone booms.
Jib arms.
Jib arms, that's true.
Got some jib arms.
And they have a new, nice long jib arm up here. And this is with Dan Hammond of J.L. Fisher. And let us know what kind of line of stuff you do. I know you've been in the business, 50, 100 years?
Me personally, no.
Well, for J.L. Fisher.
J.L. Fisher's been around for many, many years.
Right.
I am the new kid on the block. I just recently started as the general manager at the beginning of the week. So,
wow, you are fresh.
I am very fresh.
Right.
My background is I came from Panavision. I've been there since 1989. Mm-hmm. And so depending on the questions that may come up, I may or may not be able to answer those questions.
Okay, is this a model 10? What is this?
Yes, this is the Fisher 10, yes.
All right.
Which is the standard workhorse dolly in the industry.
It is, and we've been using them in Hollywood for many, many years.
Many years.
And they have all types of attachments. You can mount the camera high, low boy, underslung, rotating offset plates, everything. And this jib arm, how long is this jib arm you've got mounted on a 10?
That's 23 feet.
Wow.
Right, and that fits into, there's a small box, if you see over in the back there, silver, that'll all collapse and then build and rotate or store into that little storage area, and then you can roll that around.
That cart back there, the Pelican
cart
cases?
In the back, yeah, exactly. Not the Pelican, but the silver cart over there in the back.
So that carries all your counterweights and everything else? And
yeah, well, the counterweights will go onto the
weight dollies.
Little dollies right there.
All right. And how long does it take to assemble this? It breaks down into looks like about 4-foot sections. Huh?
Yeah, there's 4-foot sections as well. It probably, depending on who's assembling and their experience of it, like the crew here at J.L. Fisher is able to do it very quickly. Where I would say probably you want to save at least maybe about 30 minutes to be able to put it together.
Assemble it, and you can fit it into the back of a 5-ton van, no problem.
Yes, no problem.
Or maybe even a panel van. We'll see. All right, and I don't see your microphone booms here, but we've been using Fisher mic booms in the 16-foot, 26-foot variety for many years. That is correct,
yes, and that's kind of how the company started originally. Mr. J.L. Fisher himself was the one who invented that and used on all the 4-camera shows, and of course we still rent them out onto, let's say, Saturday Night Live would be a show that's still using that type of equipment.
Yes, on a lot of the 3-camera shows, multicam shows, they still use J.L. Fishers on rails up in the greens above the sets, and they roll from set to set to set on overhead rails. It comes very handy. That is true. To handle the mics. I've even had to restring them, which is kind of a nightmare when you have to. Yes. Yeah. You'll learn that. You're new. You'll have to learn that.
No, I'm not familiar with it. So why is it a challenge?
Well, because there's 2 sets of string cables, one that handles the extension in and out, and one that handles the microphone pan and tilt. And so it's a variety of nylon and steel cables that travel down that arm and have to be wrapped around little pulleys. And if they come off their little pulleys, then it's you have to have someone who knows how to restring it.
And what would be the length of time it would take to, let's say, well, it probably depends on the length of cable and what happened, but
yeah, normally you don't have to restring them unless somebody screws up. If it falls off the shelf in the sound truck or something.
We don't like things to fall.
No, but only if there's an accident usually. And J.L. Fisher, I know I'm with a union, the sound union, and we conduct educational training on the sound booms at J.L. Fisher 2 or 3 times a year. So it's
over in
great.
Burbank, yes.
In Burbank,
that's
yes.
excellent. I look forward to seeing you guys return.
And we bring in fresh boommen that want to learn how to use a Fisher boom and let them go to town.
And is that open? It's only open for the members of the guild?
We make arrangements, yeah, and I'm not sure J.L. Fisher may be able to accept outside people. They let them come in and practice with the booms that are at the showroom there.
Mm-hmm. Is it a popular class?
Yeah, it is, because you have to learn. It's kind of a lost art because you use 2 hands, one to crank in and out, and one to adjust the angle of the microphone, and one to adjust the horizontal panning of the microphone. So it's kind of an art, and it takes a lot of practice to follow people that are walking around and looking in different directions. So.
And is that considered like a one-day seminar, or what?
Yeah, it's usually a one-day closer to the booth. Okay, they want to.
It's a one-day seminar.
Yes, it's a one-day seminar.
Okay.
I believe so. All right. Thanks very much, Dan.
You're very welcome. Any
Fisher.
questions from the audience?
Let's see. Any questions? No questions. All right. Back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you, Courtney. That sounds fabulous. The first time I was near a Fisher Dolly, I was astonished at how heavy those things are. Stability is everything that matters. And those things weigh hundreds and hundreds of pounds. Transporting them, at least the Fisher Dollies that I've worked, has been something you really have to plan for. It's interesting, too, because you can see it was set up for rails there. You can also use them on flat floors. So if you have a finished floor, that will create the mass, and the combination of the engineering to it will create the smoothest smoothest trucks or dollies that you've ever seen. So sometimes one of the reasons these things are so expensive is because they're built like tanks, literally. That Fisher Dolly, that model we're probably looking at, would probably weigh 500 to 1,000 pounds somewhere, depending on how it's rigged. And boy, that gives you a lot of production value when it comes to that. So it's time to kind of look through the panel and talk about what you've seen so far. Has NAB met your expectations? And I'm going to start with Javier, because you have never been there before. Is this what you were expecting?
It's really turning into what I was expecting, and it's been great. Actually, like having Courtney explain to the JL Fisher guy about their own stuff, like how to use them, how to wire them, that's the kind of talk that I really wanted to have, like people from these great backgrounds, like having this backstage backlot conversations, that it's not like one way. It's like everyone knows a bit of it. So like, I just learned how hard could it be to rewire Fisher boom. So that's something I didn't knew.
Did I say NAB? That was Cine Gear. And we're at a different show entirely. Well, that's just because my brain is in 7 different pods right now. And the next spot I want to go to is to find out who else on the panel has seen something that they're interested in, or has something unusual that they've noticed through the course of our Cine Gear coverage. Everybody's gotten all your questions.
Yeah. Well, Bill Alexander and Grant have thoughts.
Okay, Grant, take it.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about the people that are at Cine Gear, and so here's a great example of getting someone that's talking about their booth and has only just joined the company, which is really, really interesting. It's like the different transitions that would happen for people. And I did certainly enjoy that the tables were turned on Courtney, and there was a lot of questions coming back at him, which he can answer really well. So I appreciated that.
Absolutely. That's the magic of live, and this fact that we have a connection between the floor and the live audience, and it goes both ways, is pretty amazing. Who else was it that wanted to say something?
Yeah, it was me, Bill.
Go ahead, Alexander.
Yeah, we've seen some really interesting high-end stuff. Obviously, that's what Cine Gear is, geared towards is cinematography and that kind of stuff. But one of the things I find interesting is companies like Hollyland who make really, really cool high-end wireless video production gear. But to see them do wireless, affordable lav mics, that kind of stuff is very, very interesting. And that's one of the things as a small-time content creator podcast production person, that's one of the things I find fascinating. I'd like to see more of that. It's interesting to see, these companies that start out making high-end gear and then seeing some of that really, really cool technology trickle down into more affordable stuff that the average person could technically afford. So it's really interesting to see how we can also up our production game as people that do much smaller productions with this technology. So I'm looking for more of that.
Ronnie?
Yeah, I totally second that. What we're seeing in the industry, and this is like a broad view, is technology is getting more and more available also for smaller budgets. And we see that those that had cheap, in quote unquote, equipment is getting better and more professional as we as consumers continue to buy it. So it's getting there.
Yeah, we've seen that process for a long time. Somebody innovative who works in the industry figures out a way to solve something. Sometimes it starts with, we've had to custom make each and every one of these. But if the idea is a good idea and it spreads to the industry, suddenly a lot of players come in, and that thing that was expensive, and you can take things like gimbals, used to be only in the purview of people who had Steadicam type budgets. And now here we are 15 years later, and you can buy these incredible little motorized gimbals for your smaller phones and things like that work beautifully. And it's fair to ask, would that have developed in that direction if it hadn't been for these big companies doing the pioneering work in the beginning for the well-heeled clients like movie makers and stuff like that? It's been that way forever. I had kind of hoped that we would get at least inside some of the studios, but I'm not sure if our local crew can do that. We've got a couple of more places that we're going to head. Let me just take a quick look at the list and see where.
And while you're doing that, Bill, I believe Harshid has something to say.
Harshid, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised by the cost. We were at Hollyland earlier, and I was surprised by just even when Courtney was here. I was expecting way larger figures in product cost, and it's just as Alexander mentioned, is the blur between the professional equipment that is used in high end, and then bringing that to even the middle ground, maybe not low end, but a middle ground where some of these people are trying to get better content out. So it's really interesting as far as cost is concerned that a lot of pricing is pretty affordable.
Absolutely. And some of the names, like I was noticing people like Elation there, they came out of almost the disco business and stuff like that, had lighting controllers, and they got in early, and now they're actually on the floor at Cine Gear as one of the booths there, and they have much more sophisticated systems. So you can see that the things that somehow, it used to be it was pretty much a top-down industry. You couldn't play in filmmaking unless you had huge budgets. And boy, that has flipped around so that some of these companies that start out very inexpensive in almost the consumer space. I was noticing that Godox is something that's coming up, I think, on Tlaloc's portion of today. They started out as a still photography company and had very, very affordable things, and then it's risen up, and now they're playing in this kind of game. Yeah, most of these big things in the Hollywood system, you don't really buy these. You get them from a leasing company, or you rent them for a particular shoot for a period of time. Often these things are only affordable to the big rental houses that have to keep them in operation a lot. So if you're not doing constant production every week through the course of a year, it makes no sense to actually own some of these huge techno cranes and things like that. But when you need them, to have access to them, that makes all the difference, because there's no value like the value of a bespoke piece of equipment just designed to do something fabulous. And we've all been at the movies. You see that shot and you go, my gosh, how did they pull that shot off? Ronnie?
Yeah, at the same time, you see that the good old companies that do the physical things like C-stands and jibs, etc., they are still going strong because they are not under threat for technology, or maybe some of they are that, for instance, jibs that are able to copy their movements and replicate the movements in different times of day, for instance, and we see that in the drone world as well. So of course,
Ronnie, sorry to cut you off, but I'm told in my ear that we're going right out to the field again, Insta360.
Hey, Bill, thanks. We're here with Caroline Zing. Is that right? Yes. All right, tell me if I pronounce it wrong. At Insta360, I know a lot of us out there use the Insta360 link as a webcam, and of course they have the Insta360, the original one that shoots 360-degree video. Why don't you tell us about it, Carol?
Yeah, so we make the world's most versatile 360 action cameras. This is our 360 X3, so it's our flagship. This is our latest 360 camera. It shoots 5.7K and in 360, and then 72 megapixel in 360 photos. It's a brilliant action camera. Again, you have lots of potential to work on, like virtual tour, filmmaking, creativity, content creation, etc., etc.
All right, and does it work in conjunction with Insta360 app that runs on your computer or your phone?
Yes, so we are a camera company, but we also call ourselves a software company. We make our mobile phone and also desktop. We make our mobile app and also our desktop app. So just go to App Store or Google Play. You can download Insta360 app. You can do the reframing, like because the camera captures 360 in a whole, so you can like pitch whatever angle you like crop a 9:16 or 60:9 videos and then export to a flats and reframe content. So easy to upload and share on social media. We also embedded our AI algorithm on our shot lab. So it basically is like 30 to 40 different AI templates. You can replace the sky. You can make some stop motion, like clone yourself, bullet time, etc., etc. So you have a lot to try on our shot lab in the app.
Wow, so you can get creative and put yourself in a different location if necessary. Now, do you see an output out of this on your phone when you have the app running so that you can see what you're framing? Well, actually, it doesn't really matter what you're framing because you're capturing 360.
Exactly.
And you can decide your framing later, which is nice.
Yes. Yeah, it's amazing, yeah.
All right. Anything else to show us? Oh, also they do make gimbal arms for giving you control over your phone that you can mount your phone on.
Yeah, we have just launched our Insta360 Flow. It's a mobile stabilizer. It's AI powered, so we embedded our deep tracking 3.0, so it can track you all the time, never lose your contact or never use the object. It's really cool. It's really cool object and really cool gadget.
So it'll face track and locate eyes or faces and keep you in the shot regardless of where you wander in or out.
It can also recover the tracking after you hide by somebody else. So it's great tracking.
So it'll pick you up if you walk behind a tree or behind a wall.
Yes, exactly.
It'll know which direction you were going and which direction you're likely to come back out.
Yeah, even you zoom in or zoom out, you do slow motion, it can still track you.
All right. And do you make also some action camera, it looks like for a hero? Or is that your own camera? That's your own camera?
It looks like a traditional action camera, but actually it's the world's most versatile action camera. It's interchangeable.
Oh.
So you can see it's composed of 3 parts: the battery base, the lens, and also a brain with a screen. So you can swap the 4K lens.
So if you don't need a screen, you can.
You don't need the 4K camera, and then you can swap to a 360 camera.
Oh, that's great! Kind of like little Lego building blocks. I think we have a question coming in.
Would you consider providing an API for the link?
Okay. For your software, do you provide an API so that programmers could interface with your software and create their own?
You can actually go to our website, the insta360.com. We have an enterprise page. You can just go ahead and submit an application for our API or SDK.
And what about the link, the 360 link? Is there an API
yeah,
for
same
that?
as link.
Okay. All right. Sounds like there is an API available from the website. All right. That's it. We're here at Insta360. Back to you in the studio, Bill.
Thank you, Courtney. Great look at something that a lot of people here have been very fond of. Those Insta360 links are one of our recommended webcams for if you want to get to the next level. Most of us have fixed webcams here, but the Insta360 link is cool because it does pan, tilt, and zoom and all sorts of stuff like that right off an iOS. Jason, do we have any additional questions that you've seen coming in?
I don't see anything additionally coming in at the moment. I know that at the moment we're going to be going over and doing a quick transition. So Courtney's been doing the first hour, and I believe it's Tlaloc that's going to be doing the second one.
And I think I looked down the list of where he's going, and I believe we're going inside another one of the sound stages. At the end of the list here, I see Blackmagic, and they were inside one of the other sound stages that we haven't seen yet. So you'll get a chance, for those of you who wanted to see something live and see what the inside of one of the sound stages that is set up for the Cine Gear exhibits look like. That's where we'll be going next. Everything's in transition. This has been interesting. Last year, of course, Cine Gear, oh, there we go. I see a live shot from inside of there. It looks like Tlaloc's getting set up, and I'm seeing, that is we're looking at the Blackmagic booth, and then Godox was to the left of that. So we'll be talking to some of those people. I think we're set up to go to Cream Source first, and then Swisson, and then Godox.
Roscoe, I think, has a question.
Oh, Ross, go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah, I was just going to say, you look at the product we just looked at. It's low resolution. You think, what does that do here at a film, at a film resolution where everything's gone big? And this was pointed out to me. I actually did this trade show years ago when DV cameras were big, and a guy came up and he said, compositing. I can take that and I can use that for previs, and so that I can have an artist make that for my background. So I've taken the environment with my 360 camera while I'm shooting film, and then my background element I can have created. Or I can actually, if it's a small element in the film, the resolution may be perfectly well to be that little thing in the background that composites in just very well. So it's a big show, but these little tools are really important too.
I couldn't agree with you more. I've heard more and more people kind of think themselves into a corner by thinking, I saw this tool and I think it's only good for A. And another person takes the same tool and doesn't have that presumption of what you could do with it, and they do B and C and D and something crazy that turns out to be every bit as useful as the A use for the camera. And that's, I think, why getting this technology into people's hands is, we talk about they've released it and it wasn't perfect. Well, sometimes they release software or hardware and it's not perfect at first, but they're looking for the feedback. What do our users really want to do with this? And when they get that feedback, they take it in a slightly different direction, and a thing that maybe didn't have the niche value that they thought it would suddenly blows up and becomes an indispensable tool for another thing. I kind of felt that way the first time I saw virtual robotics and people were manipulating things. I thought, well, why would anybody ever want to move things using robot arms? And then somebody said, well, if you get it refined enough, could somebody be doing virtual surgery? Could you get a great brain surgeon able to commute essentially in to do a very difficult thing? And I just wasn't thinking medicine. I was thinking only grip kind of stuff and how to manipulate the tools that I use. And in a lot of these technologies, somebody says, I'm going to develop this. I think it's going to be used for this. And the next thing it's developed for something entirely different. Jason, do you have anybody else coming in?
No, that's always fascinating. And that's always kind of how these things start, right? Something that is created. I'll give you an example. A ring light was invented by a dentist. It wasn't invented in Hollywood. It was created to light teeth. This is one of these things where you actually have no idea how something is going to be perfect, or what it will be perfect in until you throw it out there and get a better sense of the whole thing. It looks like we've got Alexander and Grant.
Yeah, I think Insta360. I mean, they're a great example of a company that has made really cool technology to increase the average person's production value at a really affordable price with the Insta360 link that's become so ubiquitous now. What's really interesting, and I was something I would love to see from them, is some kind of box that would allow you to have multiple Insta360 links plugged in that would still translate all the features that they do in software, but allow you to output that to HDMI, so you could actually still get that into some kind of camera switcher without actually sacrificing any of the cool features that they do inside of software.
Yeah, and we started seeing that with the iPhone stuff. Oops, I'm getting a standby. Okay, no, we got a little bit of time. Next time I get a cue, we'll be hopping right back out to the field, I think, to the inside of one of the sound stages that we've been talking about and getting close to. It looked to me like Tlaloc was just getting set up and ready to go. So within a few minutes here, probably less than that, within a few seconds, we'll probably be out on location again. And we'll get a chance to see some other stuff. If I remember correctly from yesterday when I was fascinated and wandering around this next stage coming up, which if I recall, was it stage 15? I can't remember. There's so many of them on the lot there. And all of what you'll see today and in the second half, all of these form just a small fraction of the entire Paramount lot. This thing is so big. I mean, we're at stage 32. Well, there's 31 other stages equivalent in size and scope to this on the lot, many of them actively in operation. A lot of them, the big doors were closed and there was just a small set of steps up to a door. There was a red light clearly over the door and it said no admittance unless authorized. And you've probably seen when they're actually going into live camera production, those red lights go on and they are sealed away from the world and you're not supposed to open the door, for anything short of a nuclear attack or something like that. They just want to stay in there in the world getting the work done. Because, as I said, they're often burning through a lot of money on the way. Ronnie,
Grant had a quick...
Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it, how interesting it is, the space that they're in, the type of exhibitors that are there or vendors, to go from the J.L. Fisher, industry standard sort of heavy gear down to a company that sells these. It's the 360 link, right? But it's interesting. It's a new world because I also found it fascinating that when Courtney was mentioning about a GoPro, he was kind of saying a GoPro Hero. She was very quick to just say, no, it's not one of the traditional action cams. She didn't name the brand. Good marketing speak there. It was very good.
Okay, we're heading right out, I think, to Cream Source, so let's go. Tlaloc, are you with us? There he is. Go.
Hello there, Bill and friends. We're here at the Cream Source booth. I absolutely adore these lights. I've used them before, and they're totally, totally beautiful for many, many reasons, and I bet we're going to hear some of those reasons now. So Jim is here with us. Tell us a little bit about Cream Source, if you would.
Yes, so Cream Source, we are an LED manufacturing company. Our flagship product is the Vortex 8, which there is a whole big wall of them behind me right now. And our specialty is that our panels are more punchy, so we have a 20-degree beam angle. Really allows you to do things like replace your smaller HMIs and do more kind of like projection and longer. It gives you more throw, a little bit more versatility. You can throw a dome diffuser on it, use it as a soft light as well.
That's awesome. And what would you say is the most important thing? Like when I used them, we were doing it through a big magic cloth.
Sure.
And so it was like I needed a lot of punch to get through there, and then to sort of spill and make the beautiful, beautiful soft light. And so I think that's a big portion of light. One thing that I notice about these is that it seems like you have individual controls of these individual controls of these squares. Now, how many different profiles do you have on these lights, and you know, like making decisions about the amount of channels you're using on a console?
Yeah, so we have, I believe at this point, maybe upwards of 50 different modes that you can use the fixtures in. A big reason for that being, just like you said, each Vortex 8, you can control 8 different zones individually. So if you know, that could be a ton of channels right then in itself, depending on what mode you're using. And then especially when you look at something like this, where we have 64 units, they're all being controlled individually. So it's 512 zones that are being individually controlled in this wall here.
One universe, yeah.
Right. So things that we're doing is we've actually now introduced the ability to split modes. So you, instead of only being able to control or having to control a fixture all 8 zones individually, you could do 2 or 4. This way, it takes up less channels.
Gotcha.
And
that's great. And so, what other things other than the Vortex do you guys provide offer? Do you have other lights that you have for sale?
Yeah, so we've got two Vortex products, the Vortex 8 and the Vortex 4.
Okay, different sizes.
Yep, we've got a 1x1 and your 2x1.
Okay.
Then behind the wall, all of these Vortexes are actually being held together with our Links product. It's a rigging system, quick release, allows you to quickly not only attach them all together, but also to throw them onto a speed rail or truss.
We'd be really happy to get to take a peek behind the wall.
Yeah,
I actually have another question.
Yeah.
Do you guys have? Is it possible for you to give us a big bright show of these turned on, or you got it kind of locked in for the show?
Oh, I think we can. Dan, can we give a blast?
All right, so you guys are probably not going to see anything because we're looking right at it. But here we come with a big old blast out of these guys, and they're super, super bright. So so then we can get those back and we can see again.
You feel the heat.
Yeah, you feel the heat that comes. I felt the heat on my arms is quite absolutely fantastic. So now we're going to kind of make our way around the back of these, and we can talk about how these are put together. So what they have here is a full truss setup, and you're going to see it here in a second. The cameraman's coming around, and so they're all set up on these pipes, and you can see it's a full setup and power and data going to each one of these. Can you point out where the data is and where the power is and how that all works?
Yeah, so we've got a couple of racks here on each side. Each unit is being fed into the data racks. We've got a couple of lunch boxes providing power throughout the rig, and then on the back of each connection, you'll see our Links connector. So you got your 4-way connector and your pin,
and that's the other product you were talking about, the Links product.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah.
So in addition to the lights, we're also now giving options and ways to different ways to rig the products together. So you've got you could put your Vortexes on, use Links, put them on a speed rail or truss. You can now use multi yokes, different options for different applications.
That's awesome. And can you explain your dimming curves? A lot of times we think of, as a lighting designer, I'm like, I hate the fact that you see it fade down and then at 30% it drops out.
Sure.
You also hate the fact that if you're trying to do a really long fade, that there's steppiness. So can you talk about whether you guys are 8-bit or 15-bit, or 8-bit or 16-bit?
Sure. So we do have both 8 and 16-bit options for all of our modes. In addition to that, we also allow, through the settings of the fixture, you can change the dimming curve. So I think out of the box, it goes just with like a smooth curve, and then you can do things where you can give you finer tuning on the lower end, finer tuner on the upper end,
right?
So you can make some adjustments within the fixture in addition to 8 or 16-bit.
Wonderful.
And that can be done through the board as well.
Gotcha.
So you can change it on the fly.
And I can't stress enough how important it is to have this kind of punch to get through these diffusers and really make if you had a wall of these and then a magic cloth, you could make it feel like, very dreamy, creamy sort of light, which I guess would make sense.
That's it.
So talk to us about the color control that you have. I feel like you can kind of set it in color temperature mode, and then you can also kind of set it in in full RGB, maybe?
Yeah. So we have quite a few different modes. I think the most common ones would be like your CCT, which gives you 2,000 to 15,000 in the Kelvin range, as well as a quarter shift magenta green. You could do HSV, which would just give you 360 degrees around the color wheel with your saturation, of course. And then we have things like the CIEXY, where you can just plot your point on the chart. You could do CCT RGB, CCT HSV. So again, there's 50 plus modes. So
needless to say, these things are a bit versatile, and they're super useful. And do you have any kind of flicker compensation?
Yeah, so the fixture, there's a mode. You just tick a mode, flicker free up to 5,000 frames per second. We do some adjustments on the fixture head to adjust the dimming curve with the way it works with the power supply.
And the PWM and everything.
Exactly, all that good stuff. Then in addition to that, we can also, we have a feature called Frame Sync, which allows us to synchronize the fixture with the camera shutter. What we could do is in-camera high-speed flickering up to 5,000 frames per second.
Right. So what you're saying is you connect your Genlock to the system, or is that what you use? Is Genlock? Or
right. Yeah.
You pull Genlock in from your main system.
Yep.
And then it's going to know where it needs to be so that it's not finding harmonics and flickering inside of your shot.
Correct.
Hugely important for really specific kinds of shoots.
Yep. Especially with virtual production and different image-based lighting applications.
Yeah,
that seems to be something that is a growing importance to them.
Absolutely. And so, in case we don't have if we have any other questions or anything like that, we can ask them. Otherwise, we'll move on. And we really appreciate getting to look at this, and I really appreciate your lights. So, thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
Are we clear? Yeah, we're clear. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Wow. That's some serious brightness. When he ticked that thing up full, it looked to all of us like something nuclear had gone up inside the hall. I don't think I've ever seen that many lumens pumped out at a video camera before. I hope the cameras are all okay. In fact, I hope everybody
Yeah,
on the
it's
panels.
like that 2 million sunblock thing, right? In Terminator. I'm like,
wow. And I know cameras are a little more sensitive, but that looks like it was the same thing in person. It's like, whoa, okay. Jason, has anybody? I know we're headed actually to a booth next, and I'm really looking forward to, because I know them from the still photography field, and I know they've been moving into the video space for a long time. They're another one of the lighting companies, and where we are right now, kind of generically, has a little more lean toward that kind of equipment. Although I think we finished this run in this building at Blackmagic, so that should be a whole bunch of stuff to take a look at and see what's happening.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, Godox does all sorts of things, and I'm with you. Usually, it's for steady stuff, but like they're starting to do on-camera monitoring. They have a GM6S that is brand new, and they're showing it on top of what looks like a Sony camera. Just straight through USB. It looks like they've thrown their hats in the ring, and why not, right? I mean, this is one of these things where all things can do something simple, and how hard is it to go to the next thing? If you think about it, Norton, for example, was a disk guy. He never did antivirus. He never played around with that at all. It's a similar idea in that when people think this, it's really just a matter of, can the company bridge that gap and be able to do something similar or along those lines, or, I already know the people in Godox are really good for, projection attachment, but can they also do on-camera monitoring? Why not? It's just, It's how it works.
Plus, if they're successful in one area, you would expect them to have a lot of the business stuff on the back end already taken care of. So they're not going to worry about, I got this great idea for a product. Now I got to get accountants, and now I got to get manufacturing, and I got to take care of that. And I got to form relationships with those guys. And, sometimes these companies who have one good, solid product in the beginning start to solve all those problems. And they go, well, now we got the whole back end stuff fixed. What other products can we take a look at putting into our chain and make them equally successful? So we'll see as we go forward. Anybody have any other additional thoughts about what we've seen so far? We're kind of in lighting world. And again, we've seen 1.2% of the exhibits around us at Cine Gear. There is just, I was I was expecting it to be big. I mean, I've gone to NAB for all those years, and I understand big trade shows. I wasn't expecting quite this much stuff, and I wasn't quite expecting it to be this cool and the environment that we're in to be this nuts. All right, we're going to head out to GoDocs now. Let's dive in. Take it away, Tlaloc.
Can you make? We'll make room right here. Yeah, let's put this here.
Hello. We're here at GoDocs, and I'm here with Jameson, who's going to give us a little bit of hands-on experience about this company. So, Jameson, tell us about GoDocs.
Hey, thank you guys for stopping by the GoDocs booth. I'm Jameson. I am an ambassador for GoDocs. So, yeah, I get to use a lot of this stuff in the real-world environment. And there's a lot of stuff here. Super excited to share with you. So, right here we have our all-new Pixel light. This is a tube light. We call it the TP series. And this is the 2-foot version. We just have it basically tethered together with a 3/8 mount right here. But this is fully customizable. You can do all kinds of cool pixel effects. It's going to give you a higher color fidelity, a larger battery for longer life. So, you can do all kinds of fun stuff with this tube light.
So what? How do you control it? And what, maybe I don't want it to be a fully rainbow situation in my shoot.
Who does?
So
that's just how we have it here, just because it looks cool. But,
I know it does look cool, and I might want that. But how do I set that up?
So we have a GoDocs app. So we have our own app, and then we also have. You can do Lumen Radio, you can do CRMX, you can use DMX, you can use all kinds of solutions to program the lights.
So is there a DMX plug-in?
It's built into the actual unit itself.
Wireless?
You can do wire if you want, or you can do the CRMX if you want to go wireless.
Oh, CRMX. I see. I gotcha. And what other kind of products you got?
So we also have our new Pixel panel light right here. Yeah. So this is a 650 watt RGB light. So it's going to give you 6 internal pixels, way higher color fidelity, a aircraft casing, so it's like a lot more durable.
Gotcha.
Ready for professional environments. Lots of effects, lots of customization.
And what about just in terms of like a studio shoot, getting that nice white, color temperature accurate?
Absolutely.
And what are what's the brightnesses when you're in that world?
So this goes up to 650 watts, so it gets pretty bright for the RGB.
Gotcha. And have you used this in the field?
I haven't got to test this one out in the field quite yet, but I have got to use this one.
Okay.
This is one
Tell
we
us
were
about this.
super excited about. This is the all-new MG1200 Bi, and it's a 1200 watt bicolor light. Yeah. You're going to get full range of 2800 Kelvin to 6500 Kelvin,
right.
But you're not going to lose any output, like power loss brightness out of whatever color temperature you're in. So you're going to maintain that brightness.
The brightness level stays the same as you change color, which is important. It doesn't often happen with lights.
Absolutely. And so what's nice about this, it has our new G mount, which is a smart, intelligent mount. So it actually the light can optically register what modifier you have on it. And so it can talk to each other, finding the best way to utilize that light and to keep the modifiers cool on the unit.
All right, so for our viewers, let's talk about what a modifier is.
So a modifier, this is a Fresnel right here. So it's a 14-inch Fresnel, flood and spot. So it's going to give you basically either a wider spill of light or more of a spotlight effect.
That's by moving the engine back and forth.
Absolutely.
Away from and towards the lens. And so the unit is going to know where that is and make adjustments accordingly.
And so like on this light, for instance, this is a big spotlight attachment, right? Well, what's cool about this is the G-mount can know that this is being attached to it, and so it's able to cool off this unit, because what this unit's doing, it's containing that light in a really small funnel, so it projects it really bright. So these get hot, like on set, if you've ever used an HMI or like a Leica or something, but this system keeps the light cool.
But these are both LEDs and not HMIs?
All LED. We have all LED.
So are you saying then that this back is the same as this back?
Yes.
And it's just the optical train that gets put on it?
Basically, yes.
Okay,
yep.
I gotcha. I didn't catch that in the first.
So yeah, there's a lot of cool technology with a lot of these big lights too.
And I noticed you have sort of a ballast going on. So is the ballast, is this in it? It's still LED.
Still LED,
but you're using a ballast to overdrive those LED engines?
Yeah, this is basically your control panel right here. So this gives you all your customization. These lights, as well as basically all the no LED lights you see over here, are all CRMX, DMX, Lumen Radio. You can use our app to control them.
Gotcha.
So you can actually use them remotely, which is really nice with the big high power lights as well.
So let's talk a little bit about being in a studio situation.
Okay.
Do we have flicker control?
Good question.
Okay. Do we have how loud are they?
They're not loud at all.
Okay.
So that's what's great. You can crank it up to 100% as an automatic mode. You can choose what fan you want the light to be on.
Okay.
And so I've used it in interior setups a lot.
Great.
And fan issue wasn't a noise at all.
So for our viewers, we have a lot of people that do kind of streaming from their home.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to set up their home studios.
Yes.
What smaller items, what smaller units and products do you have that someone might put in their home.
So we have all kinds of budget options as well. So like most of our budget stuff is right back here behind us.
So you
we'll
want
see
to
if
go
we can
over
work
here?
our way
Yeah,
over
sounds
here.
great.
So we've got all kinds of more budget-friendly panel lights. So this gives you full RGB control as well. So a lot of studios, I know, people want, accent colors. Yep. Make it real
Popping
moody.
behind them or
They might use those rainbow lights over there. Who knows? But we also have more of the budget-friendly lights like these. These are going to be 150 watt. Some of these are RGB. Some of these are bicolor. Just normal fixtures.
And are these typically wanting to put a diffuser on it or something like that?
Yeah, you can put. They all have Bowens mount, so you can use any Bowens mount accessory for this. So you can add a softbox or anything like that to it. You can do that.
And what is? It looks like you have some flags for sale as well.
So we have this really cool. Yeah, it's like a road kit basically.
Oh, it all comes all in one.
It all comes on. Yeah, it comes in one kit, and you get all of this with it.
Gotcha.
And I believe it's like $199, so it's actually super affordable for
the
the
awesome
setups on the go. Or if you have a studio, a smaller
Yeah.
space, and you still need diffusion and flexibility, you need to shape the light, cut the light.
Right.
These are really cool.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
Are there any questions? I'm sorry. So let me ask you one other question.
Sure.
So what have you used and what have you liked? Which product is your favorite of the lineup?
I will say, as far as the budget-friendly lights go, my favorite, I call this the Swiss Army knife. This is a bicolor spotlight. And what I like to do, I use gobos that are basically like, I've got one right here. See if I can take one out real quick. Show you guys. So this is a gobo, basically. So it's a shape of a window. So if I'm like at a boring location, and say you're filming interviews and you're in a conference room, right? And it's just all white walls or tan walls or something. You need to give it some pop, something kind of cool. I like to use something this small and throw a gobo in there. You can dial in, you can blur the window effect out, and it just gives you a really cool pattern on that background.
Very cool.
So yeah, I just find that really cool. But the majority of lights that I use for production are going to be more like those really big lights you see over there.
Right.
But I use lights of all shapes and sizes. So.
Very, very great. All right. Well, thank you so much. And
Hey,
we actually have
Tlaloc,
one
can
question.
you hear me?
Sure. So let's get
we have
one
a
question from the audience. Yeah, I can
We
hear
have
you.
a question from Tom Ferguson in Phoenix, Arizona. With your Bluetooth app, can you have multiple scenes utilizing the same fixture?
I need that again. I can't say one more time.
With your Bluetooth app, can you have multiple scenes utilizing the same fixture?
So with the Bluetooth app,
yes,
can you have multiple scenes with the same fixture? Can you work on a couple of different? Can you move from one scene to another with the Bluetooth app?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can program all kinds of lights to do. You can turn lights off if you need them on, or off. You can turn them on if you need them off.
Okay.
You can full flexibility. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up here. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you.
So that's a good example of the fact that we're going to see a little bit of everything. Even some of the Godox stuff is bigger than most of us would use typically. But there's, that's a company that's been involved in all sides of the industry, from very inexpensive to very expensive. I know they're heading to a different location at some point. Does any of that look like the kind of, those kind of things? Throw a window up behind an interview or something like that. We've been doing for a long time, but had to do it with tungsten lights. And this is just an era where burning up that kind of power and having that kind of color shift is really not the way to go anymore. These LEDs are so easy to work with. Ronnie, you had some thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really appreciating that they include real wireless DMX like CRMX, and that is really a cool feature. We have them on all the professional stage lights from before, so seeing that also on Godox lights is really, really good.
Jason?
Yeah, and perhaps I'm demonstrating my ignorance, but I was blown away that a Fresnel and a spotlight can be the same. How is that even possible? And again, it makes sense. I mean, a camera focuses light, so why can't something similar be done with LEDs? But to that degree, to take all that power and put it on, a tiny, tiny little spotlight, as opposed to a Fresnel, which again, for scale, it's kind of hard to imagine how large those are in real time. But picture 2 or 3 lasagna pans, right? It's big. But yeah, just wow, that's cool.
So we're getting some backstage stuff dialed in here in terms of latency. We got a couple more places. We've got Astra is coming up next, and then one of the more prominent for our group, Blackmagic Design, here at the end. Roscoe, you had some thoughts you wanted to get in?
No, yeah, exactly what Jason was talking about. It's interesting how, I mean, lights have always had certain, you get a light, you can, Fresnel specifically, you can change the focal distance slightly, but now, and oftentimes you hang the light not by its back, but by the instrument itself or the lighting, because the weight is in or it has been in the glass. And so that's where you hang the light from. So you can change the backs, but now you're looking, as Jason was pointing out, this entire system where, yeah, you bring a kit and you swap and you switch and you may have actually access to more things because these things are so interchangeable. So yeah, that is a really interesting that they're doing. It's been done on a small level, but nothing quite what we were just shown. So that's we'll see where that goes. It'd be an interesting company to continue to watch.
I concur. One of the hardest transitions I had to make, I had come from the tungsten era, and we had a lot of Fresnel fixtures, all sorts of light kits. And you got used to the fact that, yeah, they were to a certain degree focusable, not as much as like the pattern projection. It looks like we're going to Astra. Let's dive into the field. Take it away, Tlaloc.
Hello, here we are with Astra, and this is Thor, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his company and the kind of products that they have. Go ahead, Thor.
Hey guys, so like you said, I am from Astra here. We have a large range of fixture for not just film, but also for events.
Okay.
So most of you guys have used this already. Core 5 features of our products is obviously they're IP rated, high CRI, full color spectrum, battery operated, multiple levels of control, CRMX, app control, wired DMX. Try to cover as many patterns as we can on that side of things. We are here today. We are launching 2 new products here at Cine Gear this year. We have the new Pluto Fresnel and the new Leo Fresnel. All of them using exactly the same technology as what you already know there with a Titan LED engine, the wireless controls, and so on. We have the Pluto Fresnel in give you examples of something to compare to that you already know. At 3200 Kelvin, it's equivalent to a 300 watt tungsten Fresnel. The Leo, the big one, at 3200 Kelvin, equivalent to a 1K tungsten Fresnel. And we didn't just look at numbers on a piece of paper when we came up with this here. We actually went and bought an ARRI 1K and an ARRI 300, shot them at the wall, matched the beam angles, and took a luxmeter to it so we can get you real life numbers. Because at the end of the day, that's basically what it comes down to. So.
Grab that mic from you real quick. So we have a question from Javier Alfaro in Mexico City. Okay. And he wants to know, with so many companies doing LED lights and with different sizes, price range, different features, what's your vision as a company for staying ahead of the fray?
We always work very hard to, like I said, to stay ahead of the game. There is, we listen to people. We spend a lot of time traveling around all over the world. We're talking to gaffers, we're talking to DOPs, trying to see what kind of tools are you missing, what do you need, what would you like to see going forward, and then we start to work on development that. The tricky part is, obviously, it's not just about making what the lights that people want now, because product development takes time, but trying to figure out what do people want in a year, in 2 years, and so on. So we always try to stay ahead of the game and get the products in development so that they are ready when the demands really start to come up. As we've done now with the Fresnels, they've been several years in the making. We got to a point a couple of years ago now where the LED technology for what we needed was actually there, and that's why we've now been able to come out with these 2 new beautiful lights.
That's awesome. And so can you show us a little bit of a couple of your products and the camera can follow us along?
Sure.
All right.
Let's have a look
so
at
where
it.
should we go first?
Let's start with the Pluto Fresnel over here. So since it's since that's basically what we are launching here now.
Okay.
So, like I said, here is a nice, tidy, compact body on this one here. It's as you saw as well, it's in pink there now. So it's a Titan LED engine, so it's a full spectrum. It's not just doing a bicolor or single white color or anything like that. We make sure we stay in that same ecosystem. So people can take any one of our products. You can take the Titan tubes, the Helios tubes, the Hydra panel, the new Fresnels, the Pixel bricks. You can give them one value. You'll get the exact same color out of all of them. It's just now in a new shape. Same thing, the control systems, the menus, everything is exactly what you know already. And obviously we try to make sure that we have a very universal, very sort of like useful rigging amount attachments for them as well. So you can see we have airline tracks on all sides. We can easily adjust there, move it back and forth with the bail so that we can balance it depending on what sort of modifiers we put on. Gotcha. Also opens up for any sort of future rigging attachment on them as well.
I notice you have a V-mount battery here. Is there a battery operation for these?
Yeah, so battery obviously is built in.
Yeah.
So this one here at maximum brightness will run for 3 hours.
Yeah.
But you can also run it obviously on a 24 DC source.
Gotcha.
And we have this here. So with the runtime extender, the V-mount battery is mounted to, we also make one for gold mount.
Yeah.
That has a regulated 24 volt output. So you can then mount that on the yoke, like you can see what we've
turn it all around,
what we've done
for
here.
The camera.
And then we can run a DC cable out from that directly to the light, and it will then run off the external battery. Once the external battery runs out, it'll automatically switch to the internal battery. You hot swap the external one, and that way you can actually continue to run indefinitely on battery power if you need to.
Very, very cool. All right, what's next?
So next one, moving over to the other new launch that we have. This is the Leo Fresnel. So as mentioned earlier, at 3200 Kelvin, equivalent to a 1K tungsten Fresnel. All the same features. You have the Titan LED engine, so full color spectrum. Same rigging style. So we have with the airline track all around, 15 to 60 degree zoom range on
focus,
it.
Yeah.
Comes standard with the 8-leaf barn door. It comes standard with a rabbit rounder adapter ring. So any of the DOP choice rabbit rounder system, you already have an inventory. You just click that straight on, and then you can use those modifiers. You don't have to go and buy specific other modifiers for it.
Where's the zoom handle? I'd like to
zoom handle
feel
on the
that
side here. Yeah. So nice and sturdy. Sorry, we're shooting live. So it's a 15 to 60 to 60 degree on that.
Great.
Nice and sturdy. I want to show you one thing as well here. So this is the lens for the Leo Fresnel here. Now this is European design lenses. They're designed specifically for these lights here, so that we can optimize transmission and evenness.
Gotcha.
And it's a polymer as well, so it's not something that's just going to shatter if you're using it outside. You get some cold rain on it, it's not going to explode. Not drop it, it's not going to break. Also means down the line, very affordable. If you do lose it or it does get damaged, it's not going to be hundreds of dollars to replace it.
Very, very cool. And that's the lens that's in there now, or something?
That's the lens
that's
the lens that's in here now.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which obviously comes as standard.
All right. So and then do you also have a Leica style light, or?
We do. So it's the same fixtures.
Okay.
It's just with
same LED engine?
projector lenses on it.
With projector engine light.
Yeah. So the projector lenses are, so the Leo and Pluto, they are gearing up to be shipping now. So middle to end of June, they're shipping from factory. All our distributors already have demo units. Projector lenses will be ready towards the end of the year, around December time.
Gotcha.
And they're 16 to 36 degree zoom lenses.
Very cool.
So basically you cover all of your standard 19, 26, 36 degree Leicos that you're using all the time. Put all of that in one lens, and even can go a little bit narrower if you have to as well.
Gotcha.
Of course, you got gobos in there. So you got this one will take an E-size gobo. The projector lens for the Leo will take a B-size gobo. So it's all standard gobo sizes.
Very cool.
To make it easy to get whatever you need.
Okay. Well, thank you. One question we have. Okay.
All right.
So we're going to look for our questions, and not seeing it. And all right, so we're done. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you guys for letting us take part, and really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much, and have a great show.
Same to you guys.
All right, I think Bill might have lost the signal.
I can hear you just fine. I've lost the field audio for some reason. That's kind of weird. So thank you for letting me know.
They've just thrown back to us now. But Bill, I was just going to say about these. There's something that's fascinating about these this new type of lighting. There's there's a few big things. If you think about old Fresnels, particularly, they were high power usage. They were really hot, which meant that then they needed a lot of ventilation. And he mentioned about the glass, the Fresnel glass was really fragile and then susceptible to temperature. And so they would get really hot, they'd get a little bit of spray on them, and then they'd shatter. And of course, the ventilation on the whole unit would mean that they were nowhere near weatherproof at all. Whereas all of these devices are they're low power usage, like really low power usage, really low temperature, so they're nice and cool, they run cold. And a massive advantage too is that that most of those things that we're looking at them were IP65, which means that you could spray jets of water in any angle and it will be fine. And so you can't drop it into submersion in water, but you could spray water on it and it'd be totally fine. So it really is an amazing new. I mean, it's been around for some time now, but they're only getting better and better. And the full spectrum that he was talking about, I think it was 3200 Kelvin was that Fresnel.
Yeah, that would have been a tungsten equivalent, and I used Fresnel lenses for most of my career. It was interesting, when we made the transition and LEDs started coming out, typically it was in an LED array, a bunch of little beads in a square panel filled in. And it was really annoying because with the old tungsten, you had a single point source. It went through a lens like they're talking about, either Fresnel or a parabolic in the case of the Lecos. And you could really do a lot with that light. You could cut it with barn doors and you'd get a nice sharp edge. When they went initially to these LED panels, which were much more power efficient and put out a lot of light, none of that stuff worked. You'd throw a barn door lens in, and instead of getting a nice sharp cut of the light, it would look like Venetian blinds because other arrays of the LEDs were all like mini spotlights. So they were really hard to work with. And it's only been in the last maybe 5 years that they've moved from, maybe a little more than that, but that they've moved from that arrays of little beads for LEDs to what they call a chip on board or a cob LED, which it puts the point source behind the lens, and it all of a sudden makes everything work like we were used to for 30 years. And it is such a relief to be back in the area where we have the kinds of modifiers that they've been talking about here. I mean, Fresnel lenses, I get those. I've gotten them my whole career. So to have something that's efficient, power efficient, heat efficient, doesn't make things so scalding hot that you can't grab the barn door and close it without a pair of gloves, that's gone by the wayside. And instead we have lights that work like the old style stuff, but that are vastly more efficient and vastly more affordable in some cases. And so that's been a huge plus for me. Ross, you had some things?
Yeah, it's in a standard outlet in the United States is about 20 amps. You can plug in two 1,000 watt Fresnels, you're done. And you can't plug in pretty much anything else, and that's your circuit for that house. So you end up running, cords all over the place. So location. The other thing to think about is we're looking at a lot of stuff. We are in a studio.
Roscoe, I'm sorry. I think we're going out to Black Magic. If I understand
location.
So let's head back out to the field. Oh, not yet. I'm hearing in my ear. Okay, miscue, but those things happen.
Looks like Swisson.
Yeah. Oh, so maybe we've changed the list here, but that's fine. No problem at all. Yeah. We'll keep going. So Roscoe, continue.
Yeah, we'll go on location, and that's what we're here. But the location shooting is an interesting thing because depending on the level of your production, you may drive a generator truck up. And in the old days with Fresnels, the heat was the biggest issue. So you not only had to have the generator truck, you had to have the air conditioning truck right next to it so that your actors and crew didn't fry based on all the heat being generated. And again, sensitivity of film is different, video obviously different, all that kind of stuff. But now in the age of LED, you can go to pretty much any location and power up most of your equipment or run it off batteries, which is what they were just showing that. And that's an interesting thing. When you can, it takes you time to set stuff up, but when you could actually run all your lights off of batteries and shoot for a half an hour even, that's a pretty interesting technology that the industry hasn't really seen before. It may be in some news gathering, but not detailed lighting.
It certainly frees up a lot of possibilities that we just didn't have in the old days. You're right. In tungsten, so much of the power you were delivering to the light just got burned up in heat. and it didn't have much light output because there was a lot of heat being generated. And we are almost up at the top of the hour, and I think at the top of the hour, I'm tossing things to Grant, but go ahead, Ronnie, and give me a last thought here.
Well, we see also here at Astera that they have included the real developed wireless protocols from Lumen Radio, which makes it possible to control them through normal light boards. And that is something new. We've seen all these brands trying to push their own apps, protocols, etc. And now they are trying to move towards the industry standard. And that is good news.
Okay, we're going right back out to the field to Swisson, it looks like. Take it away, guys.
Hello. Hi, we're here at Swisson, and Swisson is a company that I, as a designer and as a technician, know really well, because when you need to test DMX, which sometimes you do, because sometimes like all the lights are flashing and you're going, why, you grab your Swisson.
True.
So can you tell us a little bit about Swisson? This
Thank
is Mark.
you, Lalo.
From
Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm Mark with Swiss On America Corporation. We manufacture a whole bunch of different devices, and the one that we discussed just now was our measurement tool, which would be currently our XMT120A and XMT350. We do have our XMT500 coming out here soon. And the nice thing about these devices is that you can use them for testing of your lighting network, which is really important. Obviously there's DMX as a protocol and RDM, and then all the Ethernet-based protocols as well. So with this device, you'd be able to go ahead and check out your lighting network on those 3 different protocol levels, as well as infrastructure stuff like cable and what have you.
Yeah, and I think in my memory, the older testers didn't have an Ethernet connection point. Is
Correct.
that true?
Yeah. I mean, they were developed a while ago, many years ago, and at that point, Ethernet was not nearly as much of a thing as it is now currently.
Right.
But on this new device, there is a port.
All right. Well, thank you, Bill. You looked after all of a couple of hours. It went past very quickly. You know, the thing that we're using on site is the live view, and it's done incredibly well in that sort of environment. You think about all the wireless that is in that environment. There's so much RF going on, and then they go into these into the sound stages, which creates even more kind of interference and things for getting the signal out. So the fact that we've gone 2 hours kind of straight with no dropping out is pretty amazing. So it may not even be a signal thing. It might have been something else because we're getting the audio fine, but we'll see when we get them back again. But already, is anyone familiar, Roscoe, have you used those sorts of measurement devices before in your work?
I did. We just used light meters. We didn't use any of the sophisticated stuff to actually go through how much amperage the lights are. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a master. I worked with a master electrician, and she could have told you everything you need to know about that product. And unfortunately, that's what I rely on, is the intelligence of that other person. One thing, real quick on that, if I can, is this whole LED technology is saving a lot of old stages because they can't afford to put in these huge new lighting power systems. The building doesn't even have enough power, and now they're totally being able to redo their lights and get so many more instruments in with all this remote control and wireless stuff because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and the different control systems as well. It's been fascinating to watch what happens over the industry with things like DMX. It's been around for a really long time. I mean, it's almost kind of like MIDI. The control and the sort of one-way data transfer that it was, and now we're starting to see some IP based things, and actually lots of light fixtures have Ethernet even on them, and so that you can do IP control and link them through and things like that. So the control has changed a lot too, and also things like apps. I saw some signs as we were looking around, which is something that I love, sort of looking around as what's in the background and the banners and things. And so I saw something that was talking about apps, and it just seems like, you know, having remote control of fixtures and things like that wherever you are is a total game changer. Very, very different. So What else did we see? One thing I noticed too was at one point I thought, hey, did they just open a whole wall of the soundstage, because there was so much light pouring in, and then I realized, oh no, that was the light wall that they just turned back on again, because then it dimmed again, and so then I was okay, yeah, that wasn't the sun, that was a light wall that was going on there. So.
Hey, Grant, I had a comment if you wouldn't mind.
Go.
So between all of these products, I mean, it feels like my wallet is catching on fire. And I know Tlaloc, he's our light expert, and DMX and everything else. So what looks solid to you as far as something, home studio would use, between what we've seen so far, and then we've seen Cream and other couple companies here. So what would you say sticks out to you?
Yeah, I think the Go Docs that we were seeing there, I'm really interested. I'm about to change some of my lighting in this setup, and have been looking at Go Docs because of the wide spectrum of products that they have, starting from real entry level. And so we saw some of those bicolor smaller fixtures, and the thing that I'm interested about is whether to put a softbox on them, and kind of having the space to be able to do a softbox will be really something that I want to look at. The other thing is the tubes, to be able to do some color, and just to be able to throw a couple of them around on the sides, or top and bottom or something like that, and be able to blend some colors together, almost like a cyc type idea. So they're things that I'm looking at. Absolutely. Roscoe?
Yeah, one other thing that's real interesting with all this electronic wireless stuff going on is metadata. There are apps that actually collect the metadata on set that will tell them where a light was on a GPS scale. They do light plots, don't get me wrong. They know where the lights go. But then they'll tell you, at this particular shot, at this particular time, we filmed this person walking, let's say the sidewalk set. We shot it at night, so we're not dealing with the sun. It will remember what the foot candle was of that light. It'll remember the color of that light, and that'll all get saved. And because a lot of times in film, you do have to go back and reshoot something. And I can see how with virtual sets, this is going to become critical, because not only do I now totally put the background in, but I totally have all this metadata and totally recreate what my lights are all doing. So that's a big studio thing that we're kind of looking for at the home level too. Tlaloc from the theater talks about scenes. Well, that's still the term they use in film too. We go from scene to scene with different lighting. So that's a huge thing too that's coming down the pipe.
Yeah, Ronnie?
Yeah, and of course for home use, the ease of use is important, and that is just working. Here I have two of the Aperture 60X, I think, which is pretty powerful. And I'm using my phone to control those remotely. They can also be controlled using the panel, of course, on the backside of the lights. And Pavo tubes and Godox, etc., has a lot of issues and products. And what we see is the ease of use. Probably battery is a good thing, which is why the tubes are increasingly interesting for home use. No cables, easy to place, etc. So yeah, ease of use I think is important.
Yeah, definitely. The thing about battery power, it's one of those things that was never possible before, as Roscoe was saying, to have these huge power draw devices for generating light. And now we're talking about being able to run it on power. And I think about the battery not being an advantage in my studio. I'm thinking, I'd like to be able to disconnect it almost, so I'm not wearing the battery out. But the fact that it has a battery in it and it can run on battery is pretty amazing. I saw an example in a photo on a banner or something that I saw in the background, and that was holding one of the light tubes, someone holding it, like an assistant was just holding it where they needed it. And they could do that without any cables or any trip hazards or anything like that, and not burning their hands off either, It really is amazing. The thing that I've found too, looking around at this, is the different companies that, how different it is that a company isn't just doing high-end, cinema movie making equipment, but also have entry-level things for studios or different sort of wider industry, thinking about potentially theatre a different TV and smaller production application, not just cinema. So it's interesting to see the type of companies that are there at the moment. So we're looking forward to going back to them. Yeah,
also the fact that the professional stage lighting systems and the film lighting systems and the home lighting system is kind of converging into one type of home used. The lights behind me are battery powered, but they are professional stage lights. So we'll see how many hours these batteries are holding up. But of course, the systems that are coming from all these different types of use is really cool to see that they are converging, kind of.
Well, we'll see how long it takes for us to get back to the field. And so, Ronnie, your background lights may start to fade, and that's when we know we've been going for some time. Roscoe?
Yeah, there's a little danger when they branch out a little bit too. We bought a Portajib, and a beautiful company, very well did I freeze up? Well, yeah, anyways, I'll keep going if I did freeze. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm on the. Anyway. Okay. Anyway, so then they.
Okay.
The son of
Sorry,
the
Roscoe.
said, hey,
we're going to go.
We're
going to go there now.
Yep, let's go.
Sorry, Roscoe. Yeah, we can go to Light Gear.
Light Gear, right? Yes, sir. All right. Hello. Are we live here? Looks like we're live. So, I know Chad from way back, and we're at the Light Gear booth here, and we are going to have him tell us a little bit about this company.
Hey, man, it's great to see you again, first off, and it's great to have you and all of you here joining us at Cine Gear. You know, we're so happy to be here. We're back on the Paramount lot. We're thrilled to be back on the Paramount lot. We're here at Light Gear. So Light Gear was founded in 2006 by a couple of gaffers. They started recognizing the innovations that were coming in the LED world, and they said, we need great LED products that are easy to use, durable, have great flicker-free performance on camera, and excellent white points. And so that's always been the hallmark of everything we've done, from the LED ribbons to the full-size fixtures to the wall of light behind us, the Light Gear Auroris that is behind us.
Auroris?
Yeah, so the Auroris is it is an engineered textile. I sometimes use the word tarp, but the marketing people hate it when I do that. But it's an engineered textile that has some rigid LED modules in there. And the end result is you have two sizes. This is a 10 by 10, and there are obviously two of them behind us.
Yep.
Or you have a 5 by 10, which is actually over here in the corner. We'll take a look at that in a second. The 5 by 10 head is about 65 pounds. Right. The 10 by 10 is about 125 pounds.
Gotcha.
And in the 10 by 10, you've got 24 discrete large format pixels. So the light engines can become pixel mapped, and you end up getting this awesome, incredible soft source that's
Sorry, can you say again how many pixels?
24 pixels. 24, so okay. 24 light engines in the 10 by 10,
gotcha.
12 in the 5 by 10.
Gotcha.
And
is it one universe per light?
It's roughly in the largest format.
Profile.
It's probably about half a universe for a 10 by 10.
Gotcha.
Right, and the detail on it is it's roughly about an inch deep, and on the back you've got D-rings and buckles and straps. You can pull it taut, so it's easy to rig, easy to get up in the air. The cabling is easy, the programming is easy, and you're ready to shoot right away.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit out. A lot of the people that are watching are studio people, and they always want this. They want the softest light possible. So let's talk a little bit about how you would take this and make some soft light with it.
Sure. So first and foremost, one of the nice things about the Light Gear products is the proximity of the diodes gives you an inherently soft source, even before you've added or applied any diffusion. Okay. That being said, we recognize this may be a little too specular for some applications, and we recommend trussing it out on like an 11-inch ladder truss. And once you've added that truss, you can then diaper on our diffusion system. We use a full, half, or a quarter diffusion. What we've got over here on the 5 is it's on a truss system, and on here we've got the diffusion. So the full depth of this unit from the back of the fixture to the front is only 12 inches.
Gotcha.
But you can get this beautifully creamy softness
Yeah.
that you, obviously it's the same engines that you see behind us, but it's completely homogenized by that diffusion cloth.
So you might be able to do this for a car commercial, use this for a car commercial.
100%. And
or
if this
for-
is too blobular, is that a word? Blobular. We're going
let's
with
make it a
blobular.
word.
If this is too blobular for your reflections on that car, you can get the teaser system and actually stand that diffusion off as much as 2 or 3 feet, and you get beautiful, creamy, melty rainbows.
Awesome. So let's say we have a person that's broadcasting from their home office.
Sure.
And they don't necessarily need a big old wall like that. What could you offer us for that?
Yeah, so I think our key sources in the Spectrum Light Mat family are perfect for something like that. The Light Mat is a rigid fixture that does have pixelization, so if you wanted to do some kind of effects within it, you can do this. The Light Mat 4 is 4 pixels, the Light Mat 8 is 8 pixels. I bet you can guess how many the Light Mat 2 has.
Maybe 2?
It is 2.
Shocking.
And so there's different pixelization available in those key sources. You know, we're really happy to light faces as well as spaces, and I think those key sources are perfect for something like that.
Great. And when it comes to flicker control, you mentioned that was a really important thing to your company. How do you do that? Do you have to go in and make adjustments for the frame rates?
You know, it's part of it is the hardware, and part of it is the software, right? So we make sure that we get the very best hardware for electronic control, and then we have great software that's going to allow super high rates for refreshing, so that those become flicker free. And obviously, then there are dimming curves and dimming properties and dimming smoothing that comes into the. You know, we're just launching the 3rd operating system for our Spectrum family of fixtures. And that brings in even additional technology that hasn't been available until this year.
Great. And so let's say I've hung this up and I want to hook it up. Am I hooking however many lights there are there?
Sure. So a 10 by 10 is a 1200 watt fixture.
Okay.
It requires 2 of our AC 600 dimmers.
Okay.
Right? When you purchase the system, it comes with those 2 dimmers. It comes with those 2 header cables. One header cable is going to go into the fixture, and then it spines up and spiders out, and each dimmer controls 12 of those pixels.
Okay, so you have a proprietary cable that comes to your main.
From the dimmer to the head, that's correct.
And then, so you're not taking a DMX cable to each one of these?
No, absolutely not. That would be way too much time consuming.
I know.
So our light dimmers are these shoebox-sized dimmers here, and these light dimmers, you feed DMX in. You can also feed streaming AC in, ArtNet via an RJ45. Yeah. We've got a CRMX antenna inside, so you can do wireless control. All of the protocol that you're used to, you feed that into here, and then there's one header cable going to the, one from each dimmer going to the 10 by 10, and you're ready to go.
And for those of us that might be doing events and won't need this necessarily every day, do you have a good rental fleet out there?
Not only do we have them in most of the traditional rental houses that you're familiar with, but Light Gear also supplements those rental houses with business-to-business sub-rental.
Great.
So we have a rental department that will then feed your local shop.
Very, very cool. So, Chad, I really appreciate you talking to us.
Man, I really appreciate you guys coming by. It's good to see you again. Thanks for coming by, everybody.
Let us know if there's anything else you want to tell us before we head out here.
Just that, we love our community a lot, and we know that there's a lot of work stoppage going on. We support our artists. We support our friends. We hope we can all just get back to work real soon.
Well, thank you very much. And back to you, Bill.
Oh, and I'm Bill. This is Grant now taking over from Bill. We had to give him a little break. It was pretty intense. So the term here that we just learned was blobular. I wasn't prepared when they spun the camera around, like I was looking at seeing that big wall and the way that they had the panels in that fabric, and then they spun the camera around, and I don't know if that was a 12-foot panel or it was a very tall, big panel there that could throw a lot of light. I was pretty impressed with that.
How many units of blobulosity do you think it was putting out?
That's right.
I had to say it. I just had to try to say it.
We can see it again. It made me think of tubular, that it was a cool surfer term, blobular, and I assume too that really what we're talking about there is that you could still see some hot spots in that panel, but the diffusion, I guess, would not make it so blobular. Is the idea there? So, Ronnie.
Well, I see the use for Auroras as a ceiling light in virtual studios where you don't have LED panels in the ceiling and have the reflection going down and reflect on the persons in the virtual, both with green screens and with LED volumes. So this is some cool products, especially since it's controllable on a pixel by pixel through SACN, which is streaming ACN, and other DMX technology. So this is cool.
Yeah, it was super cool to hear the different types of connectivity that you could connect to it, and it made me think too that we've been talking about how low power usage these fixtures are. A lot of them are, and relatively that's true. But it's still a lot of output, light output, and the power usage does go up even with LED. You still got to use a lot of power consumption to be able to get those going. And hearing about how it's kind of going to a dimmer or traditional sort of brain for the operation, and just having a single control into that. Talking about things like ArtNet or he sounded like you could do other sort of IP based control as well, or just traditional DMX. So pretty amazing sort of stuff. I'm impressed with seeing all the things that are going on there. The lighting obviously is a massive thing that hasn't. The industry has changed as far as the technology, but the requirements are still the same. You still need to throw a huge amount of light onto these sets and have them in a way that is creative as well, right? And so now being able to have all this color, that you're not using gels anymore, or you're just able to pull out a phone and say what color you want and match it, and there it goes. So Roscoe.
Well, one thing to note is that Roscoe, because gels are going away, are moving more and more into doing LED. And so they actually have, I think maybe we might get there. So I don't want to put the cart before the horse. But the other thing is this also uses a traditional fabric. We know in the business how to hang fabric. And so this is also, it's oftentimes you're building new technology, but you also don't want to eliminate the old skills that people already have and are used to dealing with. So by putting something in a big fabric curtain, most theaters certainly are familiar with a fabric curtain, and many studios, especially in the live television, nothing's really live these days, some live television, but anything that's done for television in a studio oftentimes uses large fabrics just to hide spaces so they don't have to pay a lot of money to build all detailed sets.
Well, speaking of live, we are live. We've got people that are watching from all around the world. Our panelists, here I am in Down Under in Australia, and being able to discuss this stuff as we virtually walk around the Paramount stages, and it's pretty amazing to be able to do this just from my garage. But yeah, we're live. The next thing that we're going to soon is Matthews, and we're going sort of into some grip gear. And one of the things that I saw before, look at that. And here we go. Let's see what Matthews has got.
Hi. Hello, Grant. This is Matthews, and I've got Martin here with us. And he's going to talk to us a little bit about the products that they have, a lot of amazing grip gear. So tell us a little bit about your company.
Wonderful. We're Matthews Studio Equipment. We have been around for 55 years making grip equipment, supporting lights, supporting cameras. We are the original Hollywood grip company, and we have a lot of awesome gear here today to show off. We have our CRLS system by the Lightbridge, who we are distributing, and that is a precision reflector with diffusion built into the reflector. They're extremely flat, so they're very precise, and they have diffuse coatings that give you stages of diffusion, all the way from zero, having zero diffusion on it, which is more of a mirror, all the way up to diffusion number 4. So you can see them right here. We have mirror-like all the way to a bounce. And then right here, these 3 have diffusion built into them. Yep. So you're not going to need to box them in. You aren't going to need to put multiple layers of diffusion in front of your reflector. It is going to be ready to go, great for run and gun packages. And
I came by and saw this yesterday and was just fascinated to see the way you guys display it. We probably won't be able to show it this time, but I showed it in after hours, so those of you who are there watching, is that you can kind of move this little wheel, and then you can see exactly what the different diffusion types look like and the way they act on the model of a table and chairs that's in there. It's pretty great. I also noticed you have a pretty cool little light stand here.
Yeah, this is
tell us
the
a little
Air
bit about
Climber.
this.
So this is the Matthews Air Climber. It is a pneumatically powered stand. So inside of these risers, we have air. They are hollow. They share one column of air, and they're powered by this compressor here. It is a battery-powered compressor. We're grips. We don't like plugging things in. Batteries are amazing. So it will get you 25 feet in the air, and that is a 200-pound payload. So if you overload it, it just won't get you all 25 feet up there. It'll still get you up, but if you put on 250 pounds, it just will get you 20 feet, which
Right.
is still way higher than any other stand out there. It's 30% higher than any other stand on the market, and it is air-powered. Up top, we have the Light Mover, another amazing product. It is a component-based remote unit that is going to pan, tilt, flood, and spot your lighting fixtures. But we also, since it's component-based, we have adapters for our light bridge reflector board.
That's super cool.
Very, very cool.
How do you control those? Is those a proprietary controller, or can
we
you
have
use
a control.
DMX?
It
or?
is DMXable. And then we have this handset right here. So you'll have flood and spot right here.
Yeah.
And then you have tilt. And then you can see this unit, this Airy M90 that is right
It's
now
panning right now.
And now you can tilt. And it looks like it's slowly tilting, but 30 feet away, that beam is going to be moving pretty quick.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
And it's nice to not have to go up and grab a hot HMI light
100%.
and move it around. It's a really cool feature.
It'll keep technicians out of boom lifts. It will keep the ladder from running into set every time you need to make a little bit of a move your light a little bit, a little tilt, a little pan. You can do it on the GMX board. You can do it remotely. There's battery powered. So if you see up there, there's no cables going up there. It is completely wireless.
And OSHA approves because you're not sending up anybody in the air.
Yeah, and it's their beautiful OSHA orange because safety is no accident.
And what other kinds of what's your when you say that you sell these different light bridge diffusers?
Yes.
Are they fabrics? Are they hard pieces?
It
Tell
is
us a
a
little
hard
more
piece.
about how that works.
So the panels come in 5 different sizes and 5 different diffusions. So you have all the way from the 7 centimeter, and then you have 15 centimeter, 25 centimeter, 50 centimeter, and then we have the big boy 100 boards. And the really cool thing about the 100 centimeter boards is we now have a click system, so you can put them on a truss, and you can build 8 by 8, 12 by 12. You can continue to go.
You could take a 9 by 9. You could take a 9 by 9, and you can make a giant reflector. And make some really good light on an outdoor shoot.
And the fact that they are component based, it means that if you have 4 of them, you can make the 2 on the bottom have a number 2 diffusion, and the 2 on the top have a number 3 diffusion. So you can really control the quality of your reflectors.
Awesome. And I know that there's probably some other bits of gear that you've got over there. I see you've got some C clamps.
Yeah, there's all the Matthews hardware. There's videos on it. People see them online, but unless you get your hands on our equipment, you don't realize the quality behind it. We've been doing this for 55 years. Many other people make hardware, but you need to get your hands on our pipe clamps, on our grid clamps. All of our gear, it came from the set. It came out of necessity. Other people have designed their gear because they might have bought one of our clamps. But, we come from within the industry, and we are there to satisfy the needs that are on set, and that's been being represented right back here with all of our proven, amazing, heavy-duty pieces of hardware.
Well, thanks, Martin, so much. I'm going to check in with I want to check in with Grant and see if there's anything that he wants to ask us, and then we can finish up here.
Sounds great.
And no questions here. There, we're enjoying that. So
Okay.
thanks. We'll move on to the next one. But
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
awesome. So Matthews, it was good to see all of their gear there moving, not just in the sort of the grips and the clamps and things, but you could see they're going into some of that diffusion and the panels that they've got. It's pretty amazing, I think, looking at a company that you can tell that they make they work on the sets, and so they're always thinking about what do we want and the quality that we want. It's not just a company that's trying to provide, trying to sell products, but it's actually a company that wants to use them, and then it's made by them for them and that sort of thing. So, Roscoe?
Yeah, it's interesting. All that automated thing that you can do at the top of the hammer. What are the freshmen going to do? I come from the educational background, and then on the sets, there's things that you have. There's grunt work. You go up the ladder, you focus the light, you stay up on top of that ladder until we tell you to come down. Now they don't need to go up the ladder. They have tools to do it. So it's not. Where are the new people going to learn the trade?
I was thinking exactly the same thing, that actually, it sort of ties into AI and things like that, the way that where technology is taking us, that there are a number of jobs, particularly on a set, that will just be redundant. And particularly when now you don't even need power. So now we're just getting this automated lift, throwing a battery operated light on it, sending it up, and then being able to control it totally remotely. That's a single person thing now, where it might have been 3 or 4 or 5 people that were doing that task before, which opens up now also to sort of indie filmmakers and things that are able to do things really impressive filmmaking and kind of compete with the big guys because of how technology is helping them along the way. It's pretty impressive stuff. I did love being on the back lot there. It's pretty cool. That when do you see sort of exhibition where it's normally just this big empty room and they bring all their gear in? You're sitting actually on a set. It's a real set. What we were looking at there, those buildings behind, we've probably seen in hundreds of movies and TV. They're just slightly masked or addressed in a different way that makes it look a little bit different. But without knowing it, we've probably seen it many times.
And
it's very, very
sadly,
cool.
in LA, those sets are disappearing because the real estate is so expensive that these studio lots, they're putting more and more of the sound stages on them. Maybe because of virtual production is becoming a bigger deal too. But Disney doesn't have a lot of the things that you saw. All those old Disney films, those streets are gone. They've been replaced by large studio buildings.
Yeah, I enjoyed sort of doing the backlot tours and going around, and I was always hopeful. We were talking before about Universal Studios and going to Universal and doing the studio tour. It's kind of just a quick thing that you do, and I would do it 3 or 4 times a day because when there was active movies on, you don't know what you're going to see or who you're going to see or the changes are going to happen. So you kind of go through all the different entertainment aspects of the backlot tour to be able to see real life working production is sort of the way that I worked on those sorts of things. So anyone else got some feelings? Yeah, Javier.
Yeah, for me, it's very different because like in NAB, they took like this sets, like fake sets, and put it inside of the exhibition, and they had the cameras so you can like feel how do they look in the like in a real studio. So for this expo, having the gear in those studios is like the difference for me, like from a safari to a zoo. So like watching the gear in their, let's say, like in their ambience, I think is very cool because it provokes how would I use it? How would it change the way I'm producing? How would I, like that kind of stuff is what I'm really enjoying of this. It's very different, like the feeling of seeing it like in the, well, as Roscoe was saying, like disappearing, great. Maybe last of their case.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to go back and we've got Tilta.
Hello. We are here with Tilta, and Nick is over there moving the boom down so we can get a better shot for everyone. And he'll come back over and we will talk to Nick. So this is Nick from Tilta, and I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about your company.
Yeah, so we make camera accessories, support systems, matte boxes, filters. Pretty much we are an accessory company that tries to make accessible gear at affordable prices that has professional functionality that's within reach for kind of everyday filmmakers to working professionals.
We've lost audio
And when
there.
you say gear, what are you talking about? You're
field?
talking about camera support. You're talking about audio. Like, tell us the range of your products.
Most specifically, camera and gimbal support, such as camera cages, wireless follow focus systems, matte boxes, even shoulder rigs. However, we are getting into the audio space with this newest system, and we have been doing a lot more with gimbals in terms of car mounting, in terms of support systems for kind of expanding functionality of gimbals in terms of power, functionality, different kinds of things.
And it looks like maybe somebody's getting set up on one of your boom supports.
Yeah. So this is one of the kind of newest, units that we've shown. This is the Zombie Rig Lite. So this is a support system that connects to a sound mixing bag, and essentially it allows the operator with one hand to pretty conveniently control the boom arm while mixing with the other hand, or just having their arms in a more neutral position as opposed to holding a boom up
Very
above
cool.
their
Is it
head.
heavy?
It's very light. I was trying it out yesterday, and I was kind of surprised. You could wear that all day very easily.
That's cool.
So.
And what else?
So the other big one in terms of the camera space is going to be this right here, which is our Nucleus Nano 2. So this is going to be a 3-channel wireless lens control system.
Bring it to the lens a little bit for us, can you? Could you bring it over to the lens?
Yeah. It might be a little bright to
yeah.
see it in the...
Anyway, so there's a screen on this as well, and this is for controlling zoom and focus?
Yeah. So essentially this is going to have a focus ring on the front to pull focus, a zoom rocker on the side, and then you will have a dial on the front for iris, as well as some gimbal control for DJI RS2, RS3 Pro. We're going to have integration with different cameras, such as Blackmagic, Sony, Canon.
Would a DP hold this separately from the camera, or mount it to a cage on the camera, or what?
You could do either. So the wheel is detachable. You could put this right on your camera or gimbal if you were an operator pulling your own focus. If you were a first AC who was pulling separately, you could use one of the cold shoe or quarter 20 mounts to mount a monitor, and you could pull focus from a wireless signal.
Cool, awesome. And what else?
Looking around, we have this motorized slider. So this is a pretty heavy-duty system supporting up to 66 pounds.
So the idea is to be able to get up and down travel?
Yeah, and it is kind of specifically designed for car mounting situations. This arm uses normal spring tension as well as some fluid dampeners. And it can work horizontal, vertical. Essentially, it.
I see. So it doesn't have to be up and down.
No. So
Gotcha.
the most common situation you would find this in, you would mount it with speed rail to the front of a car, and you would kind of get your horizontal movement from the vehicle itself and the vertical movement from the arm, as opposed to needing to reposition if it was a hard mount.
You want to talk a little bit about the automotive mounts that you guys have?
Yeah, so besides this, the next big one that we have, you can see over here, is the Hydra Arm Mini.
All right, so this is the Hydra Arm Mini?
Believe it or not, an entry-level camera crane system. It retails for $12,000 US. It's kind of designed for these smaller gimbals, RS3 Pro, Movi Pro, all the way up to Ronin 2, although Ronin 2 is a bit close to the 22-pound payload. It has full 360. It uses electronic motors for counterweight, so you don't need a bucket on the back of it. And it can be built and assembled on most vehicles. It's about 180 pounds on the vehicle itself, meaning that for even smaller sedans, you could build this. It takes about 30 minutes with 2 people, and you can go, shoot whatever you need to, and then take it back, and then drive your car the next day to the grocery store.
And that's your largest?
That is a different company. So this is our
gotcha.
This is the Hydra Mini. We do have a larger version we've only ever sold in China, but this is essentially our intro in the U.S. market for camera cranes.
Well, Nick, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much
absolutely.
for stopping on your day and talking us a little bit about your company.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Nice work. Another example of how close the booths are together, that you don't know quite where one booth starts and ends and where the other one. And so to better say, and tell us about this one. I can't tell you about that one because that's not ours. And so, but once again, here we see some incredible mounting facilities for these cameras that seem to span quite a large market, where like 12 grand is significant, but not when you're talking about, like, people want to do some music videos or things like that. $12,000 for that type of look that you would get on a vehicle mount on a crane like that, that's just incredible. Amazing, and it'd be all stabilized and things as well. There's some really cool stuff that we're seeing there. What are people thinking there?
Holding a boom pole all day is not easy. So the question there is, how much sound does that thing make at all? I mean, earlier when we were talking about that JL Fisher boom and they talked about rewiring it, you have to rewire it with nylon cord, and it has to be really high quality because it has to last a long time. It has to have very long strength, but it has to be nylon because it can't make any sound. And so that would be the big thing on that boom. It'll save a lot of arms, but does it make any sound at all?
Yeah, that's right. And as you walk around, as you take some steps, and inevitably your mixer bag is bouncing just a little bit, like, yeah, is there any noise that kind of comes back through? I mean, it makes sense that you could put a pole off of the stand, so then it's all on your shoulders. But so now they're making the industry even easier, right? It's pretty amazing. Ronnie.
Yeah, we have several Tilta products, especially for the Ronin, the DJI Ronin gyro stabilizer. We also have the Tilta Float, and what actually make me think the reason why Tilta is having kind of a success, they're taking good solutions or product that we need. They are very, very aggressive on pricing, and they have pretty good build quality. Maybe not for many, many years of usage, but the development is moving so quickly and rapid in these areas. There's probably no use for having products that last like 10 years. They are obsolete after 2. So I think they have struck a nerve where independent and semi-professional users are getting really cool tools and possibility to do things that they couldn't do without it.
Yeah, it's amazing. Jason?
Yeah, and along those lines, I mean, I was looking at their website. The one that we saw was available for pre-order, the Hydra Arm Mini. They weren't kidding about being able to mount it on a sedan. Of course, we saw it on a much larger vehicle there. But if you actually look on their website, they have it mounted to a dune buggy, and then they have it mounted to an Audi. I mean, like a 4-door Audi, a small car, and it is just simply clipped on, just like a bike rack. So that's pretty incredible.
It really is amazing. Yeah. Once again, we're seeing this beautiful set and the backlot there, and seeing it kind of in. I love that analogy, Javier, about the safari versus a zoo. It really is seeing it in its natural habitat. It's exactly what you would see when you're looking at the backlot. You would see this kind of gear around, and the grip gear and things. I was thinking before about the grip gear. I think we were at Godox and we're talking. They had the flags kit, and it was only a couple $100 for all these flags. But the thing that I was thinking about is, as I was looking at it, yeah, the flags might be a couple $100, but how much are all those C stands? Like all the stands that were holding up the flags, they're pretty expensive. To get some serious grip gear that will just work for years and years, that's a decent investment. But of course, they haven't changed that much in many years. They're just rock solid stands is what you need. Roscoe?
Just to give you a perspective, I have done booth duty at Cine Gear. It is a zoo. You're in a cage. You feel trapped. You feel like you're surrounded by people, and they just keep coming at you and looking at you and looking at you. So you have to think it's a perspective.
Yeah. So, and you've got to field off the questions of people asking you about gear that's not yours as well. Is that right? Is that what happened?
Not for me. I was doing turnkey video editing systems for Pro Max, but yeah.
Okay, it was a bit clearer.
Can I say one other thing is there are actually very interesting sessions that go on. So companies will bring you into a theater and have their expert and put a panel up there and take questions from the audience. So, I mean, the booths are amazing, but this is just like NAB. There's a whole other element kind of here that can be very fascinating too to the attendees. So maybe some of our people will get some debriefing on a little bit of that later.
Yeah, that's interesting. So sort of seminars and sort of training sessions and things like that. Is that right?
Yeah. They'll bring in a panel of 5 DPs, and they maybe they'll talk about how they're using a new technology. So those are usually company sponsored, but sometimes it's it could be the Directors Guild comes in and says, hey, what's going on in hiring right now, and so there'll be a presentation by Directors Guild. And various other organizations use this. Is even though it's the toy store, there's some other elements to this that are quite beneficial to the big industry.
That's great. Jason, what do you got there? What can you show us?
I mean, along those lines, I had to go back into my iPhone, and it took me a second to find it. But this is what a standard city street backlot looks like. This is Universal. But it's the same idea. This seems like each one of these has a very distinct architecture, and you saw that pan, and there was a green lawn just a second ago. And the minute you turn a corner, you've got a firehouse, right? So like every single building is completely different. And again, this is not Paramount. This is a tour that I was on in Universal's backlot. But if you actually look at each building, each one is completely different. And if you were to look carefully, I bet you'd see stuff that you've seen a lot. You go from Gothic next to stone, next to, and like that is the neatest part of a backlot experience. It's just neat stuff.
Totally is. I think we're going to go to ETC in a moment, and which takes us back into lighting. And we've seen lots of ETC fixtures, and here we are. We've got them ready now. Let's go.
Hello, and I am at a very near and dear to me company, ETC. I use ETC pretty much daily in my life, in all of my lighting design and opera that I do. And theater that I do. I love ETC. So I'm happy to see them here in the film space and the television space. And I have Damien here, and I'd like him to tell us a little bit about what ETC is and what they stand for.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's great to see you guys here. ETCs, also known as electronic theater controls, has taken their history in the theater film and brought it into the film and television market with an amazing line of phosphor products. The Series 3 Luster X8 product line has been repackaged into panel lights, the 7-inch Fresnels, and some of our brand new 5 and 10-inch Fresnels that we're showing for the first time here.
Yeah, so I've used some of the phosphor idea in other manufacturers. What the idea is, you have a LED engine. Correct me if I'm wrong here. But you have an LED engine, and then you have a phosphorus film that goes in front of it, and so then that makes a softer output. Is that true?
Understood, yes. That our panel lights are the same engineering that goes into the light engine for our Luster X8. It's 8 different and in some cases custom-made LEDs that emit at very specific frequencies, and we can repackage those in many different sort of forms to give us the very wide, soft light varieties, or some of the deep reds that are a hallmark of our Luster X8, sort of those very saturated warming of the skin tones. Right. Really, really cool to see.
And really
camera.
Adjust and tint those colors for making beautiful work. For me, ETC is all about control.
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about your not new now, but slightly new console, the Apex, and also Augment 3D.
Absolutely. The Apex line is our brand new series at the top of our EOS line, our whole EOS family of products. Maybe
if we come over here, we can show it a little more.
Yeah, they're file compatible all the way from the smallest theater and elementary school and junior high school all the way up through our Apex line. This is a brand new. This particular one is our Apex 5. It's a
small
great
one.
Yes. This is a great single-person console, and it really is. This form factor has really done well for the film and television market, where you have to move fast, you need to have things on screen, but you are not typically running 2 people at the same time. It's not a multi-person console setup. So you've got brand new direct selects with
screens built into customized assignable buttons, a great array of encoders giving you immediate access to 12 different parameters of how the fixtures balloon in parameters these days.
So what's important about encoding or encoders on a console is to be able to pan and tilt your light and to shift colors very, very fine and minutely. And it's hard to do that by saying, okay, I'm going to go up 10 or I'm going to type it into the console. So having tactile encoders, and I know ETC has some amazing encoders that will change detent, and you can really feel what you're doing.
Yeah.
So
it's wonderful. Yes, exactly like you're saying. There's from the continuously variable to things like where you're picking distinct elements like different gobos, selecting those. That's much more of an indexed thing. So yeah, the knob feedback will change depending on what sort of parameters you're selecting. One of the other great things is you can see about the direct selects is you can actually program them with useful data like the actual photograph of the actual gobo you're picking. So it's not having even to remember parameter numbers anymore. You're down to that, removing that extra layer.
When I first saw the Apex, so ETC bought high-end systems, and it has the Hog in their lineup now.
Yep.
And so I kind of felt like it was the DNA. It was the DNA of ETC. It was all there. Like everything about the way it thinks was the same, but it had the busking. More of the busking abilities of the Hog, and I think that's a great shift.
Yeah, some of the great screen real estate. This is our smallest of this form factor, but the Apex 5 is also joined by the Apex 10 and 20, which in addition to more direct select buttons, also allows you more of that screen real estate for that live interaction, allowing you just to move with the music, move with the performance in front of you, and join the performance with the lighting. It's really amazing.
Very cool. Well, we're gonna wrap it up, I think, with Augment, and because we have a lot of booths to look at.
Understood.
But I really love Augment. Augment will allow you to put in 3 dimensions of the space, which is shown here, and you can literally, what you see is what you get, the lights.
Indeed. Yeah, this model was imported from our CAD of the booth design here, and we're able to map the actual light fixtures as they exist in reality, and then use it as an additional programming interface. If we wanted to, for example, go ahead and select lighting fixtures in a visual capacity, we can actually pull those into the command line, and you can see I've selected channel 11. So this really brings the reality of it. You can change the camera positions. You can see if you're going to make that shot. It really brings that the reality into the virtual and the programming, that whether it be a live control or, of course, this can also be done in your pre-programming. So if you want to do speed up that very time-sensitive time you have on set.
Yeah, and I know you can actually take multiple. You can take multiple. Let's say you had a whole rig of moving lights, a large rig, 24 of them.
Yep.
You can grab your mouse and have them all focus a point, and have them follow along. And I found that really, really powerful.
Indeed, yeah. With the growing power that everybody's carrying in their pockets with their Apple and Android devices, the virtualization of those AR kits will allow you to even do a follow me. So with a mapping of your virtual space, taking one photograph of a specially placed marker, you can then have it follow, the moving lights can actually follow you in your phone position around the space. Amazing sort of way to increase the speed and reliability of getting just the shot that you want.
That's super cool. And to wrap it up, my only last question is, how come you didn't bring the bathtub?
I'm serious. We didn't have the jacuzzi plan in our library, but we're working on that.
Okay,
the one with the light effects and everything. So.
Very, very cool. Thank you, Damien, for talking with us and giving us a little taste of ETC.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much for dropping by today.
Back to you, Grant.
That was great. Thank you. Yeah, ETC, what an amazing company starting out doing consoles and then branching off into lighting fixtures. And now all this augmented kind of virtual reality, it's changing the way that the craft is working, right? Because one of these things about this artistic field of so much of it's visual, it's what I want to see. And so, but then you kind of have to be a programmer. You've got to be kind of a computer, programmer in a sense that you're thinking about colors and position in terms of numbers, and values. And now there's a shift to being able to say, no, I'm going to click this fixture and I want it to point that direction. It's kind of like in this 3D environment, being able to do that is a real game changer for the industry. Roscoe?
Yeah, and the DMX is really designed, if you think DMX in the old days, turn the light on, turn the light off. That's it. Maybe give me a level. Then give me a leveled light. Now you have red, green, blue, cyan, magenta. You have different colors of white. All of those are in that light. And now you're moving the light. So now the amount of data that's coming out of that console you just saw to talk to one light used to run the entire studio or used to run the entire theater production, and now it's being dedicated to. So the consoles have had to be redesigned. Right before I left the university, I got a color source, which was from ETC. But it's designed to talk to these lights that have all these LED multiple colors in them, and it's amazing the interfaces now, like they were showing, that you can use to color things. The colors you can get are phenomenal, but also just what you can do with these panels now. And they're still using, DMX is still very limiting in what it's not the greatest communication channel, but it hasn't been replaced because it's a standard. So the fact that these companies are doing it as well as they are is pretty neat.
Yeah, it's interesting. It hasn't been replaced, but it keeps getting sort of manipulated. Things like position, X and Y is one thing, but then it's like, but we haven't got enough granularity in those values, and so now it's like a whole nother channel dedicated to fine control, and so now you've got finer control that is used, which is why going to IP based, where it's actually just tell me what you can do and create a much more linear control. Ronnie?
Yeah, like Roscoe said, in many years ago, you used one dimmer channel to control one source and possibly many more sources. Whereas today we have a LED bar, which is, I think it's 96 channels, where you can individually control each pixel and have full control. And with these LEDs, or these light panels that we've seen now last hour, you can individually control each LED of those panels as well. So it's a extremely much higher number of channels you need to control, in addition to the appearance of LED screens and Aval lights, which is a different vendor from what we see now, is actually also including an image switcher, like a full-fledged ATEM switcher, for instance. So we see also here that technology is converging, and all the stuff that we used to have in separate boxes is now actually kind of trying to do everything. I'm not sure that's very good, but that's the evolution we see now.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, just a reminder to people watching that we're about to go to Nan Light, and you can ask your questions in Makana. Put your questions in there, but we're going to Nan Light right now.
Hello, Grant. I'm here at the Nanlock's booth, and there's forgot your name. Ryan is here. He's a high-speed DP. And he's got a presentation with a Phantom that we want to look at. But I want to just introduce you and have you tell us a little bit about yourself and your booth and what's going on here.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming over and interviewing. So I'm Ryan McIntyre. I own a company called Cinespeed. And Nanlux brought me out to showcase that these lights don't flicker, even at crazy frame rates. So we've been shooting between 15,000 and 100,000 frames a second here. So we have the Evoke Daylight 1200 watt. And we have a bunch of stuff going on here at the booth. We have a virtual stage, we have our Phantom stuff, and then just a bunch of different demos. So just kind of showcasing everything we have, trying to draw people in, and yeah.
So tell us a little bit about your setup.
Yeah, so this is kind of a new test we're doing right now. We have a bunch of powder paint, different colors, and seeing if in slow motion if they mix to different colors. We haven't tried it. This is like a first time.
Will you try it live with us?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, let's try it out.
So we're going to be doing this one at, let's see, let's do 30,000 frames a second.
30,000 frames a second. Wow.
Let's see here. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, so 30,000 frames a second. This camera can do almost 1 million frames a second. It's the Phantom T3610. It's only a 1 megapixel sensor. So we're doing 1024 by 800 pixels right now. Let me fix that. Can make that 1200. Looks a little bit better. And then we're at, I think, like 30% of the light. So this light is so bright that we don't even need 100%. And we're showcasing also that you don't need to be dimmed for it. You know,
Did you have to make any
100%.
flicker compensation adjustments?
No, it's just
to the light?
continuous.
You just put it on and it was good.
Yeah. So
cool. So
all right.
Let's do it.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Do I mind? I'm gonna have. Do you mind grabbing that?
Okay.
And I'm gonna have you just hit that switch.
All right.
Just for like a second.
Okay.
All right. You guys ready?
Yep.
All right. Can you guys see the monitor out there? So we're at 30,000 frames a second. All right. In 3, 2, 1, hit it. Turn it off. All right. So I think we got some green there.
That did look like it went a little green.
So let's see what happened. We're doing playback.
So now we're going to do a playback. So
there's
so
playback.
we can see how that.
So we're playing it back at 30 frames a second.
Here it goes, playing back at 30 frames a second. Very, very cool. And I don't see a single flicker on that, which is incredibly impressive.
And any flickering would be from a different booth, if you do see any.
Yeah.
We've been seeing a lot of reflections.
Yeah, there's a lot of lights here.
Yeah.
So coming from everywhere, but the main key, I don't see it flickering, and that's super important. Now I have a question. It's probably not dimmed. Do you think there would be a flicker if you dimmed it?
So no, that's at 30% right now.
That's at 30%.
Let me check.
Okay.
We're at,
wow.
Oh, sorry, 15%.
Oh my! So
we're at 15% on the light right now.
That is really impressive.
Yeah, we can. The daylight version specifically can go down to 0.1%, and it still doesn't flicker even at that.
That's very cool.
So yeah, it's a pretty cool. Let me save this. So for context, we record about 3 to 4 seconds of real-time video.
Yeah.
Playing back, that would be 23 minutes.
Gotcha. All right. Well, and can you tell me what your favorite product as a DP is from Nanlux?
Oh man, so I have a lot of Evoke 1200s because we do a lot of real high-end, real high speed, like ballistics and stuff like that. So we use a lot of the Evokes. But the dynos are also awesome, and we also have the Pavo tubes. So we kind of use a little bit of everything for our shoots. There's not really a one punch all monkey, I guess. You know, you can't do everything. So the 900C we just started using, and we've been really liking that because we also do like normal speed stuff. So that's great because the ballast is much smaller, and it's a lot more easier for the kit that we can, it's just a lot lighter and smaller. It's great.
So is every product that Nanlux has DMX controllable, or some of them not?
Nanlux, yes.
Yes.
Nan Light, they're starting to all the newer versions.
Oh, I see. So that's two different sort of product ranges?
Yeah. So Nan Light is more of like an aperture level, and Nanlux is supposed to be competing to more like an RE level.
Okay. And so you might not have on all your Nan Light, on all your Nan Light products, you might not have DMX, but you're going to have proprietary apps that you can control them with.
Yeah,
right?
and Blackout. Blackout through Bluetooth and stuff like that.
And Blackout through
Bluetooth.
Okay.
Yeah, so we use
very,
Blackout
very
a lot.
cool. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for showing us around your booth, and we'll throw it back to you, Grant.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That's really cool. It was a question that was on my mind was what is the difference between Nan Light and Nanlux? And so it sounds like once again we've said across the day where we've been talking about the different extremes of the product offering it for different markets. And so Nan Light, he was is at a lower level or kind of more of an entry level, and then the Nanlux doing more high end work there. To have a continuous light that was running at 15% that could run at, was it 30,000 frames a second?
30,000 frames a second.
That's just incredible. I mean, you would so many other lights, you would just see it. you would see a lot of dark frames, right? Because the light's not continuous. Our eyes would think that it is, but as soon as you go into 30,000 frames a second, it wouldn't be continuous. And so to have that, and I love the comment, if you are seeing any flickering, then that would be from other booths. That would be other lights. That was a nice, literally throwing shade on other booths there. That was a nice thing. Look at this. We got a little view. I was looking at the background there where they have the virtual background.
Yeah, what was that?
Snowflakes
or something like going down?
Very cool. Yeah. So I could see a combination of on the virtual set. There's some snow and there's clouds moving. I could see in that, and as the camera's moving, obviously it's locked to that sort of parallax that's working, as well as real effects of snow in the front. Super cool. That sort of stuff that is the combination of virtual set and virtual production, but then interacting with it in a live set environment, but you're not having to go on set somewhere. You're not having to go on location to try to have that sort of view is pretty impressive. What are we thinking? We're hanging in there, everyone. 3 hours in, we're doing well. It's pretty good
doing
stuff.
Great. Along those lines, I've got a graphic.
Sorry, Jason. Sorry, we're going to go back. We're going to go back to Nanlite. Let's have a see.
Things about as much as we can, but we can talk about the background. All right. Hello, Grant. We're here with Henry, who put on his name tag for me so I didn't forget his name, and they've set up a whole virtual background stage here at the Nanlux booth, and I'd like for him to tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a small piece of what we normally do, but we've basically got an Unreal background in 3D, and it's tracked to the camera, so the camera's got I don't know if you can pan over,
so
but
going to pan over here, and you'll see on the top of the camera are these little white balls.
And so we've got all these motion tracking cameras that are watching the little white balls, and so they know how to shift the Unreal scene to match exactly the rotation and translation of the camera. We've also got it's on a timer, so you'll see it eventually, but as the Unreal scene changes from day to night, you'll see the sun will actually rise and set, and then we have the lights mapped to that as well. So
the lights map to color temperature as we go from day to night.
And angle.
And angle. Okay, very cool. So, and how's that all locked together in terms of what's happening in Unity versus what's happening in the DMX?
We've got like 6 computers back there doing it all with a variety of different software.
Yeah.
So
hoping that it all locks in, right?
Yeah.
And I noticed about your stage here that you've done some bounce lighting, and that's really interesting. So we essentially there's a big sheet up top, and you're bouncing light off of it so it can be nice and soft on the subject.
Yes, we are.
And so what changes when it goes from night to day? What lights turn off? What lights turn on?
I mean, I don't know exactly which lights turn off and on, but it's basically we've just kind of gone and mapped, whatever angle the sun's going to be at to whatever light is at that angle, and the intensity and the different colors.
How long did it take you to put together?
We put it together in a day, but
did you put it together outside of here and then bring it in and set it up, or did you?
I mean, this whole thing has been like a R&D. It's just an ongoing years and years of R&D. So, I mean, that obviously took a long time, but we built this whole thing in a day.
That's great. And so, does it ever sort of go haywire and like the mocap on the camera just kind of is off, and you have to reset it, or?
It doesn't. It's pretty reliable. I mean, unless like the battery in the tracker dies or something.
Gotcha.
But it's pretty reliable for when we use it on set.
Very cool. Well, Henry, I really appreciate you showing us a little bit around. Is there anything that I forgot to ask about, or that you think we should talk about?
Not that I can think of.
All right, cool. Well, Henry, I'm going to send it back to Grant, and maybe we'll see you on the next booth.
Great. Thanks.
Awesome. That's great. It's great that we were able to see that and talk about it a little bit and hear a bit more about it. I've seen some virtual production where there literally is no set and it's just, you know, kind of actors standing in front of a screen, and there's something about it that just doesn't quite feel real to me. But to do the combination of a live set there, so that when it's tracking, I think you would totally buy that. You would totally think that, because you're seeing the interaction between the actors and those trees that are in the foreground, and the way that as the camera tracks, you would see the natural tracking of the trees that are physical, and then it lining up with the background. But to hear it syncing in with lighting as well, to have all that lined up, once again, this is a programming thing, right? So you think, well, this is great that it can do all that automatic, but you do need to spend some time on programming. The panel is lighting up. Roscoe?
Well, first, Grant, I want to point out that the yellow brick road did not go all the way to the Emerald City. That went to a curtain that was painted. So it's not a new technique in Hollywood. They do build sets and then put beautiful scenes behind them. But Nick Justinson, if anyone really wants to, what we just saw, Nick Justinson actually did a great demo of this. And the fact that they're using the mocap studio to track the camera, that's kind of a new element, because before you had gimbals and you had sensors in the camera that would tell you where the camera's looking and all this kind of stuff. And now you're just telling the mocap that you already had, or you may already have a mocap studio, to track that camera using those three balls. And there's software then that can do all the manipulation of the Unreal Engine stuff. And so Nick is teaching students how to do that, which is fascinating to watch. He showed us what he was doing. It's really an interesting thing to watch. So if anyone wants more information on what you just saw, go watch that Nick Justinson on Office Hours.
Yeah. Harshid, I saw a comment that you said that you thought this was kind of the showstopper for you. What were you thinking?
I mean, the flickering part is, for lighting, you know, that's always a tough deal, and to have that confidence that the product is going to work out for you is definitely a game winner. And then even with ETC, when we were talking about with them earlier, having something that's kind of tactile and has that indentation as he was explaining it, and even how he mentioned with the AR and having tracking. So when we just looked at Lux and just the incredibleness of how tracking is working these days to our benefit, and to have something like Android phones or whatnot to move about and with the AR component to it, and then have lighting to follow you. So both ETC and NAND have really made a lot of interesting ideas in my head. So really, really superb stuff we're seeing here tonight.
Harshid, I just wanted to ask, because I'm not sure that everyone is aware, but you have visual impairment.
Absolutely.
Talk about that in the sense that the tactile control and things like that is really super important, right?
Right. So like when you mentioned that the device had kind of a granular feeling of when you're pushing in the buttons and you're, controlling a device. I mean, if someone needed a job working in a theater and they were capable of taking, let's say, a comms call to say lighting 1, 2, 3, but you felt your tactile buttons and whatnot or controls, having that even percentage kind of knob or however graphically it was shown there, I think that control aspect is really an important element, because there's really not much out there in that granular feeling, or maybe having haptics, because haptics doesn't always give us the best bet, but having a slider or such that, you might have that idea as if you're changing something to the visual aspect is definitely a game changer for a lot of things. I mean, this is that is made for theater, but I just see a lot of implementations just with that type of controller or the mindset of it. And then with lighting concerned to even NAND, I have issues with flickering whenever I'm doing the show. So that really just stuck out as, getting something buy once, cry once is always our motto here, it feels like. But to really learn the ability why we pay the money for the quality, right? So I really find that both of these have really taken the cake for me at tonight's show.
Well, I'm guessing, thinking about crying once, I'm guessing there'd be a lot of tears to pay for that light that was just then. That'd be pretty expensive. We're about to go to Chimera, I think it is.
Chimera.
Thank you. Chimera. Thank you. Thank you. Here they are, Chimera.
Said they're ready. Hello and welcome to Chimera. Chimera is near to my heart because I've used them for years to make really soft and beautiful light for camera work. And we have John here who knows the products and is going to tell us a little bit about what's new and what we've got.
Cool. We're here at Cine Gear 2023, I think. We brought two new things. We've added to our range of Octabanks that are used on most any kind of fixture. We try to stay agnostic with the fixture manufacturers to be able to mount on most any fixture type. So we brought our new 2-foot Octa, which if you were to purchase it, it wouldn't come with this beautiful logo on the front, nor with this 4-foot. So our 2-foot Octa is a new bank that can be used on most any fixture. We've designed it to work with the new Cobb style fixtures that seem to be getting more and more popular, so it has a Bowens ring available. We also have a 6-foot Octa, which we can see from the back end. This is a little deeper, so our even banks, our 2, 4, and 6 are for the new fixtures, and then we have other Octas 5s and 7s that would work with the older style fixtures.
So, and you have to use a speed ring, is that true for the front?
You do have to use a speed ring.
Right.
The speed ring is the thing that will mount it to a fixture specific.
Right.
So the bank you could buy and use with multiple fixtures if you wanted. This one has a Nanlux Evoke ring, this one has a Bowens ring, but either of these would be interchangeable. So a ring for each fixture.
So then with your diffusers, could you tell us a little bit about how do you make a decision about whether or not, like, can you do more than one style of diffusion? I notice inside of here there's a separate piece of fabric inside of the tent. Tell us a little bit about how that thought process is.
Our goal is to have the most even light delivered on the front screen. So if you look at either this 2 or this 4, you'll see that there's no hot spots. It's very even across the entire front face. So we spend a lot of time working with the depth. And what we do, those are called inner baffles. So depending on the type of fixture that we use, we'll develop a baffle. This we call a weighted baffle. It has a little more diffusion on the middle, and that helps even out that delivery on the front screen. I love Hollywood calls them diapers. And that's my favorite. Instead of a baffle, it's a diaper. But we'll call it a baffle today.
That sounds good.
So,
go ahead.
So and there's also different densities of front screens. So this is, we would call our full Chimera cloth. It's about a little over a stop of loss on that to get it. Where there's also a half grid, the quarter grid, and an eighth grid that's available for the front screen. So if you want a little more light delivered, but you still got that same evenness with the less density.
What I've run into with using them is that I might have to have it further away, right? So maybe you want to have that diffuse quality of light, but you need it to get to where you're going, right? So in that point, you might take the baffle and change it so that it's going to be a little bit more hot spotty on the front of the thing, but still have that diffuse, beautiful light. And then separately, when it's closer, like this one is to you, we open it up a little bit.
It's so true. Everything that we do is subjective. We're trying to deliver light onto a subject to be photographed, whether it's by video camera or still camera, and ultimately it's in the eye of the photographer, the eye of the viewer to say that's something that's beautiful or it's something that's okay. In fact, there was a photographer in today that we were speaking to that showed me images of a shoot that he did, and he took out the front screen entirely. So he left the baffle in and kept the front screen open to get the light delivered a little
further. Okay.
Yeah.
And then do you do honeycombs or anything like that?
We have grids. I don't know whether I can spin this one around, but there is.
Maybe not today.
Not today, but yeah, we have grids in various beam cutoffs from 30 to 50 degree beam cutoffs for all of these fixtures.
And I think that's what that is for those that may not know, is if you're lighting a subject and you want to not light something behind them or not light something around them, you can kind of squeeze that light in a little bit, but still have it be nice and soft and beautiful.
Yeah, it's about controlling the spill. It still gives you the soft quality of light that's delivered on your subject, but it keeps it off the things you don't want to illuminate.
And the thing about it is, why do we like soft light? Because it doesn't have much shadow. So then taking a giant barn door or something on the front of these things is not going to do anything because there's no shadow. So you got to have a grid all the way through it so that you can pull that out.
Well, it's funny you bring up barn doors because with our standard rectangular banks, we do have actual fabric barn doors you can use. That's one of the differentiating factors from our old banks, the rectangular ones. There's big swatches of Velcro around each side.
And final question. This is a little bit back, I know it's been LED for quite some time now, but how did it work for you guys to move from an LED source or from an incandescent or a tungsten source to an LED source? Well, were there problems there?
Not really. I mean, the physics of light remains the same.
Right.
I think.
But what about output?
Output is lower, but at that point, to your point, we have different densities of front screen. Yeah. So initially, we arranged and delivered to the market a low heat version, which were 1/8 grid for the front screen. So you got a little more output, but still had the same diffuse qualities.
Very good. Well, did we miss any of your new lights coming out or your new products coming out?
No, I think that's the new stuff we're working on. Shamir's been in business. I'll throw in a pitch for us. It was founded in 1980 by a guy that built mountain climbing equipment for this gentleman, Chouinard, who ended up starting Patagonia. He worked with a photographer, and essentially this is high quality tech tents that we use on the front of lights.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you so much, John, for coming and chatting with us.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
I appreciate it. I want to send it back to you, Grant.
Man, that's cool. You know what I love about this sort of industry is when you get people that are really passionate about what they do. And he was going into great detail about what it is that specifically works about their products, why it's better than others, or why it's most effective putting their types of filters and soft boxes and things on the front of other lights, you know, and the fact that there was sort of crossover of NAN light there and the different industries, that sort of the different manufacturers that are working together. It's pretty cool stuff. Well, we're going well. We're pushing through. The guys on the field are doing an exceptionally good job running around. They're probably pushing people out of the way to be able to get to the next booths, and they're working through even little challenges that they might have with the connectivity. And you know, when we're looking at all those things, it's pretty amazing. So I think we're going to move into a couple of hopefully some different motion camera robotic moves. A couple of different companies, Sisu Cinema Robotics, and then Mark Roberts Motion. We've heard about Mark Roberts Motion quite a bit, about tracking, particularly about how to track faces and things like this automatically. And so I'm particularly interested to see what they're going to have. So we're standing by to move to those. Jason, what are you thinking so far about where we're at?
Oh man, I'm just completely blown away. And part of, as we move into the robotics thing, I've got to at least take a second and talk about just that entire stream of lighting for the last hour. There are two parts, I think, to lighting. And, one is extremely precise color control. And then the second is extremely precise color timing. And what we saw there, from the panels to the diffusion to, the battery power to the lack of flicker at 30,000 frames a second, was mastery of those two parameters. It was absolutely astounding. And as we move into robotics, it's important to remember that this kind of thing is only possible with the lighting that is capable of supporting it. And that that to me is the right way to think about this. You can't see it if you don't light it. Doesn't matter how quickly you move around it. And, then the next part of it is, okay, so how quickly can we do that? And, the sensor doesn't care as long as it's not shaking, right? So that's the next, I think, segment or two as we go into, I believe it's Mark Roberts that I thought was next, or is it Sisu?
I think we're doing Sisu now, and I'm looking forward to seeing this, because it's not just replacing what a human can do, it's doing moves that you would never see. The speed and accuracy of being able to move in and around a product or whatever it is, that it's just moves that you wouldn't be able to do as a human. And so I'm looking forward to see what they've got. Here we go. Here we've got Sisu.
Hello, sorry. We're here at Sisu, and I've got Mike and Brian, and they got their name tags, so it's really good. We're gonna talk to them a little bit about motion control and about camera control, and I would love for a little overview of the company.
My name's Brian Altham. I've been part of Sisu Cinema Robotics now for 3.5 years. I've been a member of the Directors Guild in Hollywood for 33 years. And I was introduced to this company as a way of solving a solution and a problem that I came across many, many times on sets. And that was how long it took to program motion control. when somebody said they wanted to do a motion control shot on a set, I would say, throw your budget out of the window. It's going to take 3 hours. You might get 3 shots in a day. So far, our record on a set is 86 setups in 1 day for an HBO job that we did about a year ago. These guys are technological whizzes, and what we're endeavoring to do right now is to bring our technology and unveil the curtain so that everyone and anyone can control a robot.
Yeah, I'm Mike Morgan. I've been with Sisu for about 8 years. I started out as an engineer, so heavily involved in a lot of this technology. I'm on the marketing side now, so I get to do cool things like put together booths like this. So.
Very cool. And so what is it that, when you say unveiling the curtain, does that mean that you're taking the products and making it more usable or more affordable?
Exactly. So our pitch is that we can teach somebody to program our robots within a week. So we've delivered robots to clients in the past, and generally in the past it would take an operator 1 or 2 years to come up to speed. I would never consider hiring an operator on one of my sets that hadn't been part of another company for 2 or 3 years. We have clients that have purchased our robots and have been shooting on sets with high-end clients within a week. So I can take any one of you, any one of your audience, introduce them to our robot, and they'll be programming it within 10 minutes. And in fact, that's what we're doing today at Cine Gear 2023. We're bringing audience members in, we're teaching them to program our robots, and hopefully they'll be buying them and taking them home and creating contact with them. There's another facet to the company that we introduced, and that's the robotic immersion into the virtual production world. And Mike can probably add some information to that. But our secret sauce there is we eradicate the latency that you may or may not come across in virtual production. And you can lose that latency by using one of our robots.
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to add is we're also announcing some new tech here today, and yesterday is we've got a wireless control system. So traditional motion control is very, PC. You got a whole workstation you got to hide behind and program on. So our system is all wireless now. We've got basically a game controller, a wand, and a tablet that you're right up there in the action. And you can be right there, shoulder to shoulder with the director, DP, programming your shots. And you can see it all live right there. It's easy to tweak. It just makes it really move smoothly.
So one of the things that I think you can gain from having a robotic camera arm is you can send that data about where it is directly back into the software, right? There's no watching some sort, like we just were at a different booth that had infrared beacons that we're looking at, cameras that we're looking at and looking where things are. And so you have a disconnect there. And with this kind of system, you have motion control that's directly put into the software, so there's no jitteriness or anything like that. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
That's right. So because the robot, it's you program the shot and then you run it in production mode, it knows exactly where it's going to be. So you can set that offset, that delay, and basically have no delay that way, because it knows where it's going to be in 7 frames. So if it's a 7-frame delay, you set that, and it's seamless.
Yeah, so we're for instance, we're placing this robot right here is going to be on a permanent stage in Los Angeles as of tomorrow. Infinite Reality down in the South Bay, and they're going to have, and there's a lot of LED stages all around the world that are contacting us to purchase our robots because they know how simple they are to program, and we can teach operators in any studio to use them within weeks as opposed to years.
What's the other end of it? Are you using Unity, or what's the software side?
Yeah, so we're using Unreal here. Unreal. So that's our most popular one is the Unreal Live Link. So that's what we're using.
Very cool. And what is it that is the hardest thing? The thing that still you can't quite figure, or not? I know you can figure out how to do everything, but still is plaguing you to get it right at the very last minute.
There's nothing hard. We can do anything. These guys are genius. When I joined the company, we had 25 employees. We've now got 80. And honestly, Sisu Cinema Robotics has some of the most genius engineers, software designers that I've ever had the honor of working with and met in my life.
Well, on that amazing note, I'm going to send it back to Grant, and thank you guys so much for talking with us.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
so amazing. This is one of the things I love to see in this sort of environment, is that you've got the comparison of the different products. And so we saw the one before where we were talking about motion capture and the different types of motion capture. Well, now you were looking at something that doesn't need any motion capture because it knows exactly where the camera is at any one point. That's a massive shift. Roscoe?
Yeah, the interesting thing about these cameras is the compositing elements. The fact that the camera, and I was trying to find the music video, it's Say Ya, and the guy sings, and he does all 7. He's the entire band. He plays all the instruments, does the keyboards, that kind of stuff. And it's because that camera can repeat the motions the exact same way multiple times, and then you composite that all together. That's where I think the real power of this stuff continues to grow.
Yeah, it's amazing. Jason?
Yeah, and to do this whole thing wirelessly, that's really what caught me. I don't know about you guys, but I couldn't help but watch the rock climber that was along the wall, like, that was like actually being blocked by the people. And the wireless control, like the idea that you can do all of this, right, along a timeline. This is directly from their website and seamlessly and in real time and in a week. I love that big red stop button. I hope they have a cap for that because that could get a little bit tricky. But boy, what a cool thing!
Yeah, when I was watching the screen, it was capturing my attention because I was like, "What is going on there?" When again, when you know where the camera is. Then you can, and you know what all the settings of the camera, you know what its field of vision is, then you don't need to render a whole bunch of pixels that are not going to be seen. And so it was only rendering the pixels that it needed. And so I saw that the background kind of shifting, and I was like, what is that that's kind of flying on the screen? Kind of a separate layer that was coming out and flying across the screen, and totally is just the field of view that it needed. And that, what a great demo as well to do something on the angle that is supposed to be straight down. Having a screen, how do you try to do that virtually is really impressive. Ronnie?
Yeah, this is one of the first products I really would like to have in my studio. I'm not sure what I'm going to use it for, but with a wingspan of 9.3 feet and 18 feet per second movement, that is really, really cool to have. And I understand why these products are gaining traction in the market now.
Well, Ronnie, I just imagine having you on office hours and you're talking about something and then you want to show something on your table and the camera flies around and zooms in. It's like totally worth it. I think it should be mandatory for all panelists.
Well, you absolutely want you want to be alone. You want nobody on that set because that camera's going to be flying around and somebody's going to get clocked in the head and knocked clean out. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, normal sort of jibs and things, safety is a consideration. With these, even more so because of how fast it can move. It can spin around really quickly and.
Well, there was a big red button on the remote control, right? So safety is taken care of.
Oh yeah, at 18 feet a second, you're not going to have time to hit that. You do have to twist it before you hit it. But wow, that was truly.
Okay,
neat.
we're back. I'm not sure which company they're with now, but I'm excited to see. Rat Pack, here we go.
Hello, Grant. We're here with Rat Pack Controls, and they have some amazing products in dimming, in data distribution, and much more, I think. So we're going to hear from Nick about what kind of company it is and what you got.
Hey, thank you, T. Quickly, just a quick history of the company. 10, 12 years ago, I was one of the original founders of the company with my partner, Craig Brink. And he was a rigging gaffer on big movies, Transformers, and big movies. And the idea was, how can we create a product that needs less cable? Because traditionally, dimming came from rock and roll. And rock and roll dimmers are very, very loud. And in a TV or film set, you need to mind the audio man. So what we did 12 years ago is we created a product that is MOS, Mit Out Sound, silent on set. So those products can sit on set and the gaffers and rigging people can run a cable to the ceiling, plug in the fixture, and start shooting. Previously, with a rock and roll dimmer, they'd have to take cable up to the ceiling, 400 or 500 feet to the right or left, down the wall, and out the building. So that was the beginning of RapPack. As you look around in today's Cine Gear Expo, you will see most of the products that we have here, fixture-wise, are LED. And those LED fixtures take an enormous amount of data. So RapPack changed their name about 2 years ago from RapPack Dimmers to RapPack Controls, because it's now apparent that the dimming is in the ballast and that we need to start controlling the fixture and managing the data. So the new products that we have today are all about managing data. They're designed by the gaffers and the people in the field, such as Bobby DeCellis, who's one of our ambassadors. He's the rigging gaffer on Mandalorian. They're pushing 100 plus universes and 60, 70,000 channels of data. So what we have here is we have a data box that has power and data. And not to get too much into the weeds, but these boxes provide a lot of solutions for these guys quickly and easily. Now, another product that we have and that we've had for years is our wireless DMX. And this box right here is called the AKS, all kinds of stuff. And inside, actually not really, it's the other word, but this is all kinds of stuff. And there's it's decoding CRMX and DMX in here. It's talking to the iPad, and then the iPad is able to connect to the fixture, and they're able to control it. This other device I have in my hand is called a Centena. The Centena is a wireless receiver. You need both of these things to talk to a fixture that does not have the chip on board.
Right, so you've got both sides of the system. So you're coming out of a console into this.
Correct.
And then you're going to a fixture.
We're going to a fixture, and then the information is encoded or decoded, right? So the main source of information to the fixture is DMX. But now, since we're running so many channels, we need to start managing with ArtNet and SACN. So those protocols are converted, and then the light is able to communicate with the device.
And does RapPack do any relay boxes or any like straight on-off kind of control, or just dimming?
So we do dimming. We do like you're calling it relay. We call that a switchable box.
Yeah.
Switchable box is really important because a lot of the times these fixtures are up in the ceiling, and if you panned up and saw, you would see this is 40, 50 feet up. It's very hard to get up there and deal with the light. So what we have is the ability via the DMX to turn the power on and turn the power off, which is basically cycling power to the fixture. That will allow the fixture to come back to life like you would a computer. You know, when your computer starts misbehaving, you turn the light off, you turn the light back on, and that's what we're doing here. Really quick, I would just want to notate, though, one of our newest and coolest things that we're talking about. Could you hold one of these for me?
Hold one of these?
Or just hold this. One of the coolest things about these things is that we're considering and talking about the rigging. Our newest products allow you to rig the box like this very quickly. So time is money on a film set. Tom Cruise is making $100 million a movie. The man makes $1,800 a minute. We don't want to wait around for lights, and we don't want to wait around for rigging. So we have these rigging products like this. Press them on top of the box. The box is ready to be hung. If you look back here, you'll see that we have different kinds of mounting and rigging brackets. We have a mounting bracket that looks like that. And the reason we do that is because sometimes the guys like to use the bottom rail of the truss to mount the fixture. If that's the case, we have a solution for mounting the power and the data. If they don't care about that, we have a solution like this that allows us to mount the data. This whole Build-A-Bear situation that we have here allows us to, hold that again, to connect other devices like this. So if I have a 19-inch rack mount like this, Swisson, Proplex, Luminex, whatever product you have, you can put that product inside of here, and you can mount it to my products in seconds.
So could you tell us a little bit about how many universes one of these data distribution boxes can take? And
so these are basically the same box. They look a little different because this box is missing the power. And the reason we do that is because many times when you're running so much data, you need another node. So this is basically an optosplitter or a node, and it has two settings where you can have two universes of data out of the DMX, an A and a B, or you can switch the box into node mode. And once the box is in node mode, you now have 6 universes of ArtNet and SACN here. And in this box, you would have 7 universes because there would be 1 universe coming out of the power. So this box could potentially manage 7 universes of data.
Right. So for those of you who don't understand that, when you hook up Ethernet to this, you send SACN or ArtNet to it, and it can output out of the DMX plugs. It can output up to 6 universes. Super powerful.
Especially when you're running 80,000 channels.
Yeah, it's super important.
Another box that we have, if you guys want to walk and talk, you want to do that? So if we walk and talk over here, guys, can I just jump in here real quick? Thank you. So if you walk in, if we look at this box right here, this is called our 12 by 200. It's 12 channels at 200 watts per channel. And the reason this box is important and very interesting is because, first, this box is fed with house power. A 20 amp outlet, you can plug this directly into a house. You don't need to run a Bates paddle. You don't need to run cam lock. You don't need to run all kinds of cable to get this box going. And what makes this box so special is it's called reverse phase dimming. Now, reverse phase dimming is different than solid state relay dimming because it manages low watt bulbs at a very low level. As you can see here, the filament on these bulbs are at like 6%. The reason that's important is because these lights need to be dimmed lower and lower and lower because the camera sensors are becoming more and more powerful. Yeah. As the camera sensor sees more, the directors and the directors of photography are asking for less and less light, which causes problems with flicker. So I'm at 10% on these tubes. Now these tubes are going to start to misbehave around 6%, but these incandescent bulbs will go all the way down to about 2%. So just like I said, 6%, the tubes start misbehaving. I'm at 3%, and if you zoom in, you can see that the filament is barely even visible. Right. That is like a magic trick.
Yeah.
For that to not be flickering right now is remarkable.
Because if it's solid state dimming, right, or not?
No, this is called reverse phase dimming, and we're using a MOSFET.
Okay.
So super important when you're on Stranger Things and you have 55 different fixtures inside the bedroom, Elle's bedroom, and they're all low watt bulbs in her bedroom, right? You need something that handles the fixture differently. When you're pushing 12,000 kilowatts through a window, you would need a single channel dimmer or something bigger and just a different technology.
And we've talked a little bit about this before, is when you have PWM switching and you start to get really, really, really low, the off state is too much, and then the camera starts to see the flicker. And that's why using a MOSFET like they do here is so great.
It's really important.
Yeah. So, Nick, it's been really great. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for coming by. I appreciate it. We're here.
Send it back to you.
Any help you need. You're welcome, guys. Thank you.
That's great. You know, when we first started on that booth, I was like, man, these kind of look like old dimmers. You know, you've kind of got this company that are taking these old dimmers and making them slightly better. You know, I was apprehensive about how interesting this booth was going to be. I was like, here's some old things, and we've made them a little bit newer. But actually, as it went on, it was like cooler and cooler. It was like, no, now we're doing a bunch of DMX, you know, control data, you know, distribution, you know, as well as all the power distribution, and then thinking about actually how you rig them as well and doing it in a really quick way, and then doing a rack mount, you know, sort of a rack shell that you could put multiple bits of equipment in, like network switches and things like that you want to put in there. Very cool. I was thinking about, I wonder what the safety, you know, sort of safety chains and things like that you would want to put on that as well. So Javier, what were you thinking?
I really like how the theme, if you like, the top of the theme is like, we're making things cheaper and you can do it easier or quicker. But if you really like think about it, it's like getting out of the way of creativity, because there's a lot of things that I want to remove these 50 lights and move it like one by one, or like switching gels, or like having a 360 camera that you can decide where do you want to focus later. all of those stuff for me is like getting out of the way of the creativity. Like if you're gonna go like dim your lights and then like you can't dim them, you can only dim it like this much. But if you want to go down, it's a very hard problem. And all of the solutions they get out of the way and you can be creative and you stop thinking. I mean, I love thinking about the technical stuff to play with it, but when you're having a creative moment, like having the technology away from it and just can do it, like think, what can I do? Where would I put the camera? What kind of stories can I tell with this? I love that. So I'm seeing that really trend here, like be creative. Stop thinking about if you could do it.
Well, yeah, and it's also the tools, not knowing that these tools exist, right? That help you be creative. I think that's one of the big elements is why these sorts of shows are great, to be able to just walk around and then find out, oh, you can dim these sort of low wattage lights, and be able to set a scene in a room, as he said, because the sensors are getting better and better and more sensitive. And so being able to go low is a real advantage. Jason?
Yeah, I was blown away when he said he did that with MOSFET. I hope I'm going to get this right. So I think MOSFET is metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. I think I got that right. So the crazy part about this is, like, usually you would get this from an audio amplifier, like a MOSFET power supply, right? That's where most people, if they've ever even heard of MOSFET, have heard of it. And what it means is an extremely set amount of output. He went down to 2%, not with solid state, but with controlling the modulation change and capacitance of silicon. That was really nerdy, but just like trying to figure out how he did that, like that is an incredibly cool thing. It makes me actually want to see how it worked. And when he clicked that single RU thing on, I'm like, okay, buddy, but that's half the battle. What about all the stuff that you need to connect in, right? My rack mounts are great, and it'd be nice to click another rack mount on there, but that is the easy part. I've got to say though, like, all of the safety and whatnot involved and being able to securely clamp those really expensive things, very cool. But yeah, the cross connection's the hard part.
Yeah, that is true. Roscoe?
Oh, reverse phase dimming. Looked it up, can't find anything. No Wikipedia article. So they're doing some technology. I don't know. There might be a more scientific name for it, but I thought, yeah, that's really interesting to get those bulbs down that far. I mean, it saves you from having, literally, you can always go get, if you had a 60-watt bulb, you go get a 20-watt that, it'll be dimmer and it'll dim farther down and all that. That's how we did it. And, but the idea that you could just add this electronics and suddenly get this very, very low light is really interesting technology.
Yeah, and that those bulbs were okay with it. Like it's one thing for it to work, like the concept of it to be working, but I'm sure that there'd have to be some sort of LED based bulbs and things that wouldn't work with that just would not be happy. But Ronnie?
Yeah, just be sure that you are in US or Canada, because these products are not working, as I understood, in the rest of the world where we have 220 or 240 volts systems.
That's right. Yeah, here we are. I was thinking about that with the power. Like in Australia, we've got 240 volt is standard. And so it's a 10 amp circuit, and we have a standard outlet for that, and then we have 3-phase. And the connectors are all pretty much the same. That's it. When I lived in America, I'm like, can you guys just standardize on a connector? There's like 20 different connectors and different ratings on all of them and things. It was like there is some advantages, I think, to having a higher voltage. But so we're getting really close to Mark Roberts' motion control, and so I'm super interested. I like that we're kind of weaving in and out of different rigging and controls and different mounting and then lighting, and it's kind of cool that we're getting them both. Someone else had their hand raised.
Does anyone remember how many channels are in a universe? I remember it being astronomically high, but he kept coming back to that for a good reason. 512. Yep, that's insane.
Yeah, well, what's insane is when he was talking about tens of thousands of channels.
70,000 channels, yep.
Yeah, on that.
Well, you figure a modern instrument takes 8 channels or so. Yeah, okay, maybe 8, maybe 12 if it's got rotation stuff. So you take 80,000 divided by 8, you got 10,000 instruments. That's a big production.
We have one fixture that is 96 channels, just the one fixture, so it adds up quickly.
Wow. Yeah, when you start doing gobos and different variations of filters and all that sort of stuff, it's interesting. Being able to do when we were talking about being able to relay, things, turn them on and off. Isn't it funny? You're talking about a light fixture that you now need to be able to turn on and off. All right, we've got Mark Roberts, motion control. Tell us all about it.
Hello, Grant. I've got Chris here, and he's going to tell us a little bit about this booth. There's a few different companies here. He's going to tell us a little bit about what's here and the really cool equipment that they've got going on.
Yeah, hello. So this is, I'm Chris from Camera Control. We have a motion control rig here. This is called the Bolt X. We have a smaller one over there called the Bolt Junior. And I'm from Camera Control in Santa Monica. We do the rentals, but Mark Roberts Motion Control in the UK does the sales.
Gotcha.
So we're representing the rental side.
So tell me, so I see you have...
I have a controller here, which I may or may not
controller.
be able to move around with one hand so well. But I can kind of orbit around here. I've got a camera on the end. And I don't know if you can see the image on the monitor there or not, but I'm actually kind of tracking around here. And I can come out here, move around.
Out of the way.
So the idea here would be that we have a camera on a robot, and you program it with keyframes. It does the exact same move over and over. Mm-hmm. The Bolt X is a high-speed rig. We're not using it in a high-speed fashion here. Right. But if you wanted to do liquid pour, a big jump in the air, you shoot at 1,000 frames a second, you would be able to see that very epic. We kind of do a lot of red carpet, celebrities, gotcha. Glam shots, a combination of things.
Very, very cool. And so you would then have motion or position data that goes out to...
So if you look on... The smaller robot over here is actually running a turntable and a product in front of a volume.
Oh, I think we should head over there. That's pretty cool.
If you can capture that,
let's walk over here and take a
volume.
Look. So this is what we're seeing right here, right?
So that's the image feed out of the Phantom to your right.
And so we're getting information about where the turntable is.
That's right. We're feeding the volume, the camera position. It's doing a little dolly in and pushing up. The rotation of the volume is being driven by the turntable, and all this is coming out of the Flare software that runs these robots.
Very cool. And so, are we doing any move? Is there any movement happening right now on this, or just keeping it setting?
There is a small motion occurring on the robot. You see now it's just pulling out.
Oh, it's panning out. Okay,
it's kind of going down.
Falling out.
Our volume here is a TV screen, so it's a little bit small.
Sure, of course.
But it gives you the idea. If you did have a 360 volume, the software that's controlling the robot would also output the keyframes to the volume ahead of time, so you had a zero latency volume. And, you wouldn't have to track the camera per se. I'm going to tell the volume where I'm going to go.
Gotcha.
So that it would be very tight, close, looks like you're really there.
And so, Chris, what do you think as a controller of these robots that using that gaming controller is your favorite way to do it, or are there other ways to do it?
Okay, so what I often do is I use the game controller
to Chris here.
Position the robot, right?
Yeah.
So let's not step under it. So I'll position the camera. Yeah. And I'll say, okay, good. So I'm a known distance from the subject here. Right. I'm, 4 feet. I'll store a keyframe. I'll drive it over to the next keyframe that I want it to go on.
Gotcha.
Okay, good. So that's the next keyframe. Now, when I link those together, it'll do a smooth move between those.
Right.
It will also allow me to do that move all day long. Okay. So if I'm doing repeat passes, I only have one guy. I want to replicate him to look like 30 people in the same situation. It will do that.
I'm kind of interested. I've noticed that it's staying focused on the mannequin.
Yes.
And so you're setting where the camera is pointing, and then it's holding that no matter where you move it, or am I wrong?
Okay, so what I've got is I've got the camera pointed at a subject. So the camera knows the target in space.
Okay.
When I rotate around it, I'm saying I'm not moving that target in space, but I want to move in or out, and it's locking to that. There's many different modes. I can put it in a different mode where it slides over. So now I'm moving the camera and the target.
And the subject's going to move around in your frame.
It will move around. I can pick up the next character. So there's, there's many different ways to do this. Again, difficult with the mic, but let me show you here for real quick.
Okay. So it's following your iPad?
Yeah. So basically what I've done, I've told the camera to slave where I put the iPad, and it will move the camera according to that.
Wow, and now you just waved it around a bunch, and it didn't follow you there. So
so I've got it turned off. I have to press the button to say, follow me.
So it's like a dead man switch, so you're not going to like run it into something. Gotcha.
It is a Wi-Fi link, so you have to be cautious that you don't go too far and you don't run it into the floor, but... other than that, it's quite good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. This is a really cool product, and I really appreciate you taking the time and showing us.
You're very welcome, and have a great rest of the show.
All right. Thank you so much, and back to you, Grant.
Okay. Bye. See ya.
Yeah, it does seem like a good idea not to run it into the floor.
I'm going to go with don't run it into the floor. What's the insurance on that?
Yeah, especially at speed. Now that bottle on the turntable and virtual screen behind, that just blew my mind. Like it was so smooth but the different levels of motion, of movement, to have virtual movement in the background, which is all shallow depth of field. It's kind of out of focus anyway. And then to have it on a turntable that's moving, and then to be able to move the camera and to be able to program all of that, that's just incredible. So to have lighting that's matching on the bottle and things like that, like that's harder to do in 3D or kind of graphics, CGI. To be able to do that with just those bits of equipment is mind blowing, and then to see the iPad, just running around with the iPad, it reminds me of James Cameron, kind of when he's done the Avatar stuff and just being able to move a virtual camera and move things around. And then of course it also reminds me of when Alex talks about PTZ operators and saying, who are the best ones? Are they old camera people that have been doing cameras for many years, or are they new kids that have been playing games for years because they get the controller? And they're to that point, he's using a gaming controller, which has really fine control, and you could give that to a gamer, and they'd be able to do some pretty sophisticated moves on that camera. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, was
Jason?
that a PS4 controller? Did I imagine that, or I think it was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Roscoe?
Yeah, I think it's finally dawning on me that the industry's not waiting for composites. We kind of talked about dailies having to go out for a day before they came back and saw it. They don't want to wait to see things put together. They actually want high-resolution Mandalorian-style backgrounds and doing all this stuff in real time so that when they walk off the set that day, they know all the layers that we're going to go in. Nah,
Thanks.
Granted,
Sorry,
somebody
Roscoe.
may do a lot of touch-up.
Sorry, we're gonna wrap back with the field now. I can't believe that 4 hours is almost up. So how we go there, boys? There they are.
Hello. So we're just here, and we are thanking you all for coming to Cine Gear with us and walking through and getting to see some booths and get some information. And I know my mind is blown, and I've really enjoyed being here with everybody and checking the stuff out. How about you, Courtney?
Yeah, my feet are really talking to me now, and they don't need those comms. So they're saying, go home. All right. It's been great. Thanks for visiting us here in Hollywood, my hometown. And there's a lot more booths to see, but I'm going to go get some food and put my feet up on a nice pillow somewhere.
It's been really fun, and I hope we weren't too lighting centric, but you guys know what I like, so.
Also, it's cooler inside the stages, so it worked out okay.
Not at all.
All right, y'all have a good
really
day.
Enjoyed all that lighting.
Bye-bye.
All the lighting, all the rigging, all of that was great. So thank you, gentlemen. You've done a great job, and thanks to the team behind the camera as well, running around everywhere, pushing people out of the way, making it all happen. Really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you'll notice that Courtney is at least 2 shades slightly more red than he was in the beginning of those 4 hours. That Los Angeles sun is no joke, and I guarantee he was wearing sunscreen.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. All right, so gentlemen on the panel here, what were kind of your highlights over the last 4 hours? You've kind of gone and got a glimpse, I think, a bit of a glimpse of what was on at Cine Gear. We'll go around the circle and see what everyone was thinking. Start off with you, Roscoe. What were your highlights?
Oh, just Tlaloc and Courtney. Just knowing Tlaloc was going to be in this element and then seeing him deliver and the questions he can ask, the expertise he brings. It was just wonderful to just watch. And Courtney is, Courtney, you're a young man, but you are old Hollywood. People know who you are. You've invented incredible technology for these people over the years. I'm sure you have some relationships that go back many, many years. So having these two people to take us on this tour, wonderful. Just really inspiring.
Yeah, that's great. Javier?
I think I'll stay with the being more creative. I love these tools, like when you were talking about having the previs already rendered, like the backgrounds are already rendered. That helps the actors, that helps the camera people, that helps everyone. So I really want to get my hands in one piece of this new, whatever we saw, just one piece, because I will put it into use like in so different ways. So I want to go to LA right now and go try all of that stuff.
That's great. So good. Hashid?
Well, I'm just grateful to Tlaloc and Courtney, especially when we sit here in after hours and we're telling stories, and today everything kind of unraveled in the way it should be. Like the products that everyone uses were signified properly and explained to every level, professional, home use, etc. And then of course Courtney, I mean, come on, Mr. Hollywood here. So I loved every little bit of it. Like I said, a few companies that did stick out, and a lot of lighting. Even though there was a lot of lighting, it's just everything started making more sense. So softbox from Chimera, and we got to go get some NAND lights, maybe some power tubes, just to have them. And of course, with the ETC, that had some amazing controllers. So overall, I think we all understand that tracking is a big thing. A lot of data, metadata, is a huge impact in the way we do our business, no matter if you're in the industry or not. I think that we showed a great value to people because we always want to move up, right? We need elevation to go upward. So I think we covered quite a bit of stuff that gives people more insight and creativity. So I hope maybe to the YouTube creators out there that you have more insight now, that you're able to probably get professional equipment to make your quality of channel better and be better than the rest of the jungle that is out there. So I really appreciate Tlaloc to take his time and ask the perfect questions, and thank you to Mr. Courtney for all that you've done and letting us visit your hometown of Hollywood. So thank you so much to the field team and camera work and everyone else, and thank you, Office Hours.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking about the lighting as I watch the sunshine in your room and go back and down. You can see how important it is. And this is the thing, is that there's these companies that I love that they are spanning such a range in the industries. To your point, being able to do really high end motion picture industry, but also kind of entry level as well. And the idea that you can get in and understand these products and know that you could grow with them is what's really cool. And that we have more and more people that are interested in this now. Ronnie, what were your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I think it's good that we covered in this broadcast 4 hours almost. A lot of the companies that are kind of smaller or little bit more specialized and not cover the big ones like the camera vendors, etc. So I think this special products and like I said before, the convergence between technologies are really inspiring to see. And of course, the presentations done by our own camera talents are really good. All kudos to those. But let's not forget the guys behind the camera and the guys pushing people away and blocking and getting batteries and, all the other stuff that is really important. I'm a techie myself, so.
Absolutely. Jason, 20 seconds. What do you
What
got?
we've seen here is a paradigm shift from the $100,000 down to the $10. And like, I love the idea that if you understand how to play Halo, you know how to use one of these robot arms. That kind of thing should tell brand new filmmakers, don't ever be afraid of what you don't know. And just keep pushing. Foveated render turned backwards for a rock climber. Amazing.
So good. Well, there's a huge team. We wouldn't go down the individual names right now because we can have a look at the credits. But there's like a team of 30 people or more that make all this happen, and we just appreciate each and every one of them. And just a special nod of thanks to my co-host Bill. Did a great job as well, and I appreciate all of the work that he did, and everyone else that was working behind the scenes. Another great show, and I'm sure we're going to start to pull it apart and start talk about how it all worked. Join us in after hours as well. We'll start doing debriefs straight away. Get in there and we'll have a chat about it. But thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.